ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾತಾಡಿ. ಎದ್ದು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಬಂದಾಗ ಇಬ್ರು ಆನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಮಿಕ್ಕದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತೀವಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಮುಟ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಏನು ಮುಟ್ಟಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ನಿಮ್ದು ಹೇಳಿ ಬೇಡ. Good morning, madam.
Good morning. Good morning.
5 minutes, madam. ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ.
ಆಯ್ತು, ಓಕೆ.
Okay.
Respected dignitaries, eminent international and national speakers, distinguished session chairs, faculty members, research scholars, delegates, and dear students. A very warm and pleasant good morning to one and all. I am Ms. Chaitra S., Assistant Professor, Department of English, and I feel honored to be your host for today's conference proceedings. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you to day 2 of our 2-day multidisciplinary international conference on the significance of multidisciplinary research in driving innovations and breakthroughs. Yesterday, we experienced insightful deliberations and meaningful academic engagement that highlighted how innovation flourishes when disciplines intersect. Today, we continue this enriching journey with an exceptional lineup of eminent scholars and professionals whose expertise spans business education, physical education, agricultural innovation, research ethics, cybersecurity, and health sciences, truly reflecting the spirit of multidisciplinary collaboration. I'm honored to welcome Dr. Pratima DS, Joint Director, Regional Office, Department of Collegiate Education, Mysore. And at the outset, I extend a warm welcome to our distinguished international speaker, Dr. Ralph Palliam, Professor and Dean, College of Business and Economics, American University of Kuwait, Kuwait. I also extend my heartfelt welcome to Dr. Shrikant R., Nodal Officer, Department of Collegiate Education, Bangalore. We are privileged to welcome Dr. C. Venkatesh, Professor, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, University of Mysore. A special welcome to Dr. Vasant Kumar Timkapura, Founder and Chief Scientific Officer, Green Life Crop Tech, Mysore. We also welcome Dr. Shankar Reddy, University Librarian, Central Tribal University, Andhra Pradesh. In the afternoon session, we are honored to host Mr. Alex, IT Manager, SDM Institute of Management Development, Mysore. I extend my heartfelt welcome to our principal, Dr. Madhusudan Hedges, our IQSC coordinator, Dr. Trinesh TR, and our convener, Dr. Srinivas V. And also happy to welcome Dr. Veeresh KM and Dr. Kiran Raut for technically supporting in this conference. I also extend my sincere appreciation to all the coordinators and organizing committee members for their dedication in meticulous planning. A heartfelt welcome to all paper presenters, delegates, research scholars, and students. It is through your research contributions that the true objective of this academic gathering is fulfilled. Multidisciplinary research is not merely about combining subjects, it is about integrating ideas, perspectives, and methodologies to address real world challenges. This conference serves as a vibrant platform for such intellectual exchange and collaborative innovation. On behalf of Government First Grade College, Pandavpura, the organizing committee, and IQSC, I once again extend a warm welcome to all our esteemed speakers and participants. May today's session be intellectually stimulating, collaborative, and impactful. With this welcome, I would now like to welcome Dr. Pratima DS, our Joint Director, to give her thoughts and ideas. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you. So, good morning to one and all. Um, I would first of all I would like to congratulate Government First Grade College, Pandavapura Principal, Dr. Madhusudan Sir, Physical Education Director, and entire IQAC team, and all my dear faculties and non-teaching staff and students for organizing this international conference for 2 days. Yesterday, because of my busy schedule, I am unable to join. Today, I would like to address a few minutes because I am also busy today due to my some personal work. I applied leave also. Once again, congratulations to all participants. The topic you have chosen, really it is a breakthrough because you have not focusing only on one subject. You have focused this conference on multidisciplinary research. Yes, sure, it is a very much essential today. We have to connect and collaborate with all subjects. So we have to break through for our affinity towards our own subject, and we have to concentrate, for example, economics, commerce, and the commerce and the agricultural science. So any other subject is it is essentially required today to concentrate on the multidisciplinary research. Yes, of course, research always lead to curiosity. Curiosity leads to innovation as well as the progress. So from that progress, we have to find out and find a solution which has more impact on the society as well as our economy. So I would like to congratulate once again all the participants who are going to present paper on various subject. I wish all of you a good luck and congratulations for organizing committee once again. So over to you, Ma. Hello.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wishes. We are overwhelmed with your thoughts and ideas. Thank you, ma'am. Now, beginning with our sessions, I invite Dr. Ravikumar MP, Associate, Associate Professor, Department of Kannada, to introduce our first speaker of the day, Dr. Shrikant R.
Hello, good morning to all. I am Dr. Ravikumar MP, Associate Professor, Department of Kannada in this college. I would like to resource person R. Shrikant sir introducing. His qualification BCom, MPEd and MPhil, PG, DSM, MBA, designation of work Nodal Officer, Department of Collegiate Education, Government of Karnataka, Sports Board Member, Bangalore University. His working experience is worked as a sports coordinator in Florence Group in institution of 2002 to 2007. Worked as a coach Christu Jayanti College from 2006 to 2008. Worked as physical education director at Government First Grade College, Kerpuram, Bangalore from 2008 till 2014. Working as nodal officer in Department of Collegiate Education, Government of Karnataka since 21/8/2015. Academic achievement in education and research. Secured the Bangalore University NC Parappa Gold Medal for getting first rank in MPEd 2002. Secured the Master of Philosophy in Physical Education and Sports Sciences with the discrimination title comparative analysis of selected physical fitness components between army and police sports personnel. Guided for 4 MPhil scholars of various from 2008 to 10. Pursuing PhD from Karpagam University. Seminar and conferences attended. Organizing secretary, and resource person for first Asian Throwball Seminar held at Bangalore in 2007. Resource person for special refresher course in Throwball held at Goa in 2007. Presented research paper in more 10 national and international conferences. Sports achievements as a player athlete. Represented Karnataka at the Junior National Athletic Meet held at Ernakulam, Kerala in January 1998 and secured 5th place in decathlon. Represented Bangalore University at the South Zone and all Inter-University Kabaddi Championship held at Bangalore and Ranchi respectively in November 1998. Secured first place for 2 years in decathlon at the Bangalore University Athletic Championship from 1998 to 2000. Also secured medal in 400 meter, 800 meters relays and 400 meters hurdles in various state level Dasara and university competitions. Sports achievements as coach for Karnataka State Sub Junior, Junior and Senior Throwball teams from 2003 to 2010. Had won more than 18 national championships. Coach for Bangalore University Kabaddi women team from 2008. Coach for Bangalore University athletics team from 2008. Manager, coach for Karnataka Junior athletics team from 2004 to 8. Qualification and expertise as technical official. Qualified technical official of Athletic Federation in India. Qualified technical official of Karnataka Athletic Association. Qualified technical official of Throwball Federation of India. Technical official for Asian Grand Frix Athletics Championship held at Bangalore in 2006. Technical official for 1, 1st, 2nd and 3rd Bangalore International Marathons held at Bangalore in 2005, 6 and 7 respectively. Technical official for National Champions Combined Events Athletics Championship selected for being Olympics 2008 held at Bangalore in June 2008. Position held Sports Board Member Bangalore University, Honorable Secretary Bangalore University, various post is there. Sir, Dr. Srikant sir, cordially welcome to you, sir. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Srikant, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Thank you for all your support to our faculty members of Pandavpura College.
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely, ma'am. Always there for our college.
Yes, thank you.
Veeresha, ಒಂದು ಲಾಗಿನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ನಿಮ್ದು ಎರಡಾಗ
ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್.
ಒಂದು ಲಾಗಿನ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ.
Thank you, Ravi sir, for the introduction. I now invite Dr. Srikant R, Nodal Officer, Department of Collegiate Education, Bengaluru, to address the gathering on the topic Importance of Multidisciplinary Research in the Current Sports Scenario. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good morning to one and all. I wholeheartedly thank Government First Grade College, Pandapura, for initiating the significance of multidisciplinary research in driving motivations and hopefully this is almost the need of the day because we can see a lot of research happening. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir. Audible, sir.
Yes, sir. So we see a lot of research happening at the higher level. But now moving on to the higher education level, it is a need of the day where uh, research needs to happen at the higher education institutions. And on my personal behalf, I wholeheartedly thank the Joint Director of Mysore, Dr. Pratima ma'am, who is well versed in research and higher education. And I also thank all the principal staff of Government First Grade College, Pandapura, and all those who are associated in organizing this international virtual conference. And I also thank my good friend Srinivas for making an opportunity to me to speak on this occasion. Uh, I'm overwhelmed that there are more than 150 papers have been received for this conference, and they are bringing out a series of publications post conference. I thank the entire team, those who are working behind the success of the event. Now, moving on to the topic. Uh, the importance of research and current trend. With the intervention of AI, I think now we need to gear up not only ourselves, we need to gear up our students and we need to gear up our institutions also. Otherwise, there's a chance of our students who will lag back in the upcoming days because there is a lot of discussion happening whether AI will take up or will end up lot of jobs and other things. But it is important that we swim along the waves if we cannot swim against the waves. So we need to uh, empower our students and empower our institutions very importantly, because why I tell institutions is without strengthening our institutions we cannot give more opportunities to our students. As we all know, the multidisciplinary research leads to uh, face the real world problems. Otherwise our students will not be ready to face the real world problems. And I think technology is not difficult these days. Technology is not rocket science. What we have seen in the last 2 decades is the intervention of mobile has has completely changed the scenario of the world, and it has made life very fast, and we have all been adjusted to that. We have been adjusted to that because earlier we used to wait for a telegram, wait for a normal phone call and other things. But now with the innovation of mobiles, WhatsApp, and all other fast transaction devices, uh, it is very much needed that we equip our students to face the real world problems. And even this multidisciplinary research generally helps in enhanced learning also, because it gives scope for better learning. Because we in our colleges, what we see is we cater students in general education like BA, BCom, BSc, BBA, BCW, BSW, and other courses. But they need not be engineers to get in and do multidisciplinary research. And this the scope of research should be very simple, and it should move from simple to complex. And all our faculties need to give better opportunities for our students and train them to do simple research problems. And uh, it may start from small projects and small assignments, and from there I think definitely research will take a better place. And even this disciplinary research gives way for better employment also. If there are two students and one student is good at research, the other student is not good in research, and definitely the student with research knowledge or research background will definitely have an upper hand when he gets into the real world, or when he gets into a job opportunistic scenario in the world. Once he completes his degree and moves out, then there'll be a challenge for him. So we need to equip our students and give him more opportunity. And the same thing when we are speaking about sports. Today's sports world, what we have seen is, I think there is a big breakthrough which has happened in the present day sports world. I think this transition has happened across decades, and earlier India used to get 1 or 2 medals at the international competitions at the Olympic level and other things. But the present day scenario, what we have seen is India has grown high. India has grown high, and now they are competing with the world beaters. They are competing with the American countries, European countries, and all other China and all other countries with Australia and other things. But what exactly we are not seeing is this is not coming from our universities. So I think definitely this multidisciplinary research will definitely help improvise the performance of our students, and India will better perform in the sports in the near through, because what we were seeing is many of the equipments required for sports are, example, synthetic surface, astroturf surface, which was required for athletics or hockey, etc., was being imported either from Germany or Australia till the last decade. But what we have seen now is India has started to transform, and with the Make in India and all other concepts, I think India is now developing a lot of sports infra in-house, that is in India, and now slowly started exporting also. And what we have seen is this has reduced the cost, and this has given access to the better surfaces. What we have seen, see, we have seen changes in surfaces like athletics, hockey, badminton, tennis. All these games have changed surfaces, and these innovations have given better scope for our athletes to make use of the appropriate surfaces. For example, if we take up synthetic surfaces, 10 years back, it was like every state could have only one synthetic track, only one synthetic track in the entire state. But now we can see in Karnataka, it's pioneering that more than 20 to 25 districts have synthetic tracks, and some other states have very few. This transformation is happening only through the research and innovation, what is happening in current day sports sciences. And similarly, a lot of development has been happening in sport equipments and physical education related equipments and other things. And the very important part, what has transformed today's culture is it is the fitness culture. What we see is the overall wellness or fitness culture has changed the scenario. And earlier, people used to go for fitness only when after their 40s or 50s, when doctor tells, no, you're diabetic and you have to take up fitness now. But now the scenario has changed. People have become very cautious with regarding to fitness and other things. And this fitness, you can see now at least every house will have a small treadmill or a cycle. Like every small house will have a small gadget like this. And with this innovation, what we have seen is now the outdoor gyms have come. Earlier, it was only indoor gym, multi station gym, and now we can see single station gyms have come out. Outdoor gyms have come out, where we can see in the parks and everywhere there are exercise equipments and other things. This culture had come in other countries way back 2 or 3 decades before. But now slowly India is being transformed, and what we are seeing is all these have become very cheaper, and we can see every park has fitness equipments and other things. And we can see people from even the small kids from standard 1 to people who are around 80, 90, 95 years, 100 years also go for a walk to a park and do all these fitness equipments. This all simplification is happening only through the research, what is happening in the world, or whatever we call. And it is this research is driving for better breakthroughs. And what we have seen is COVID. When COVID was there, like we were all restricted to houses and not to go out and other things. And then at that was the point. Though COVID was a negative impact and negative period for us, I think many learnings happened during this COVID, and transformation happened. Like we all stuck to online modes, and we have all moved to online learning. virtual learning and other things. This transformation was very much needed. I think without COVID, we wouldn't have made this much of transformation. And same thing has happened even in sports. When people were restricted going out for fitness, gyms, parks, everything during COVID, it was people who learned things quickly and modified themselves and started teaching yoga through online and other things. And now it has become a very big commercial activity. Yoga has become a very big commercial activity through, and people now start doing online classes from here, and they coach people in the Europe, they coach people in the US and the Far East, etc., etc. And now sport yoga has become a sport. Yoga has transformed the culture, and it has become a fitness mantra for everyone. So these are the innovations what are happening in the present days trend. So we need to empower our students, though they take up arts, commerce, science, engineering, medical, whatever it is. They need to be given an idea of what is the importance of multidisciplinary actions. It's not only research. Multidisciplinary learning, multidisciplinary actions are very much important in today's world. Only then students will have an eye opener through, like, they get an understanding, they get an importance of what is the importance of fitness, what is the importance of sports, recreation, and all other things. This is what we are seeing is even in the corporates also. Now Bangalore, if you see, like, every corporate, they go out for a trek, they go out for fitness activities, they go out for sports activities every weekend, and even the companies have made provision for this. This is only because things have been very easy and things are very approachable these days, and all these are happening only because of the multidisciplinary approach what has been brought in today. And very importantly, at this point of time, I would like to congratulate Mr. Srinivas and their entire college, because they have taken a topic, they have selected a topic which is a need of the hour. With this small impact, I think now we should really engage our students for better learning, better understanding, and we need to create a very good ecosystem within our institutions, so that within the available resources, at least the colleges or the universities, we should empower the students for better learning and better perspectives, because there is lot of opportunities in today's sports and fitness world, because it is giving so much of employability. And with the getting up of leagues like Indian Premier League, Pro Kabaddi League, Volleyball League, Badminton League, everything. There, it is not only somebody is going and playing and making money. It is at the back end. These leagues start their preparation 6 months back, and it leads to a lot of employment opportunities. And nowadays, what we are seeing is the players are engaged the entire year. The league organizations have been busy throughout the year, and people who are employed through these leagues and events are very busy throughout the year, and it has led for a lot of business opportunities. And people with small sports background, with small business background, and with their innovative thinking and other things, I think definitely they can grow bigger, because these leagues, when started 2-3 decades back, were a failure. But later on, people started thinking and making it grow in a very big manner, and now these are into thousands of millions are involved in this leagues. Forgetting about all other awards and other things, people who have been employed behind these leagues are in lakhs today, and they have made their livelihoods. So at this point, we need to expose students for various multidisciplinary tasks which are very much needed in the present hour. So what I request every higher education institution is groom the students in such a way that they become a better citizen, and they should not feel that there is no job for me. Jobs are available across the world, in their own country, in their own state, and in their own district also. Only thing is they need to search and they need to get accustomed to that, and they need to start higher. So this multidisciplinary approach will definitely help our students to make their livelihood. And we could take a small example with regarding to the AEDP programs what we have started, and these are job opportunistic courses what we have started in the department, and here the student studies for 2 years in the colleges, and the final year they go completely for apprenticeship, and they see the real world experience and how companies work and what is needed, how to communicate with the co-employees, and how to transact with the world and how to grow better. So such opportunities will definitely make them experience the outer world, and they can easily get adjusted when they go out after finishing their degree, and not only going to work, jobs and other things, going into higher education, going into research. Research need not happen only in the lab. The entire world is a lab, the entire institution is a lab. Whatever place they are located is a lab for them. We cannot deny that our own farmers are better researchers. Every time they keep researching with a different crop, with a different texture of soil, the inputs given to the soil and other things. So research starts everywhere. So we need not wait for big established labs and other things to do our research. It starts from critical thinking. Research is nothing but critical thinking. It starts from a critical thinking. So we need to prepare our students to start thinking critically and questioning themselves and questioning the teacher and getting their problem solved and going forward in the way they think and do their research and other things. And with this few words, I think I've not taken much of the time, and I once again thank Government First Grade College Pandupura for giving me an opportunity to speak at this hour. And I congratulate all the paper presenters who have been presenting papers across these 2 days. And I would like to thank the principal and all other faculties for taking the pain of organizing this event. Thank you very much. And thank you, JD Madam also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking insights on current sports scenario. Thank you so much for your words.
Thank you, Madam.
Moving on with our session. For the second session, I would like to invite, it's my privilege to invite Mr. Syed Tajuddin, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, to introduce our distinguished international speaker, Dr. Ralph Palliam.
Shall I start? Good morning, everyone. It gives me an immense pleasure and pride to introduce Dr. Ralph Palliam. Dr. Ralph Palliam has a combination of academic and business leadership in South and North Africa. He was the recipient of the prestigious Cecil Award for the best graduate student at University of Pretoria. Upon receiving a CNET research travel grant, he researched strategic issues in purchasing, materials, and logistic management at the Arizona State University's Center for Advanced Purchasing and Logistic Management. As a faculty at the Al Ahwen University in Ifrane, Morocco, he designed and implemented the Investment and Securities Analysis Program and became co-responsible for the establishment of the trading room. He later joined the American University of Sharjah as a finance faculty. He is currently the Dean of the College of Business and Economics at the American University of Kuwait. A warm welcome to you, sir, for this conference. I request you to take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your introduction. It's an honor to welcome Dr. Ralph Palliam, Professor and Dean, College of Business and Economics, American University of Kuwait, Safat, Kuwait, to address the gathering. Sir, we request you to kindly deliver your thoughts.
Dr. Robert Frost recited his poem at the inauguration of President J.F. Kennedy. Frost told the president that he has something of Harvard and something of Irish. Be more Irish than Harvard. In fact, Frost's advice was that Kennedy's schooling should not interfere with his education. I do not want to dwell on what speakers have already alluded to. Much of what they are saying and about to say are pragmatic, concrete, and implementable. This is well and good. However, we need to go back to basics and consider the abstract. I am not going to bore you with statistics, but present a thought that should resonate with an education proposed by Rabindranath Tagore and Alfred Lord Tennyson. Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world is not broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depth of truth, where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habit, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom, my Father, let my country awake. I would encourage you to read it again and reflect on every word. A complete understanding of Tagore's words should provide an alternative, emerging thinking in higher education. While education has the potential to empower and uplift the new generation, it often falls short of its promises, from outdated teaching methods to systemic inequalities. There are numerous ways in which education has failed to prepare students for the challenges of the 21st century. To truly serve the needs of the new generation, education must evolve to prioritize critical thinking, equity, practical skills, and a holistic understanding of the world. Only then can we ensure that every student receives the education they deserve, a foundation for a brighter future. Education's failure to prioritize environmental stewardship has led to a catastrophic consequence for the planet. Rampant deforestation, pollution, and overconsumption have degraded ecosystems, threatening biodiversity and destabilizing the climate. Despite mounting evidence of urgent need for action, short-term economic interests often take precedence over long-term sustainability. This short-sightedness has resulted in irreparable harm to the environment, endangering not only countless species, but also the very survival of future generations. It's imperative that education plays its role in this crisis and takes decisive action to mitigate further damage and preserve the delicate balance of nature. Promoting good faith practices should allow education to include active listening, empathy, and mutual respect. By genuinely seeking to understand others' perspectives, fostering empathy, and treating others with dignity and kindness, individuals can build trust and cultivate harmonious relationships. Additionally, practicing forgiveness, cooperation, and open-mindedness can help resolve conflict and bridge divides, fostering a sense of unity and cooperation. Embracing diversity, celebrating differences, and promoting inclusivity also contribute to a harmonious society where all individuals feel valued and respected. Ultimately, promoting harmony requires a commitment to acting with integrity, compassion, and goodwill towards others. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul and destroy the soul of others? Promoting a caring community devoted to selflessness fosters a culture of compassion, generosity, and mutual support. By encouraging acts of kindness, empathy, and service towards others, individuals contribute to a sense of interconnectedness and shared responsibility within the community. Prioritizing The well-being of others over personal gain cultivates a spirit of selflessness that strengthens social bonds, that promotes collective flourishing. Education is required to create the space for collaboration, volunteerism, and community engagement that further nurture a culture of giving and altruism, inspiring individuals to contribute their time, resources, and talents for the greater good. In such a community, selflessness becomes a guiding principle that enriches lives and fosters meaningful connections. Where do we stand as educated and scholarly individuals? The world has lost some of its glory due to a collective shift away from values like empathy, compassion, and cooperation. Rampant materialism, social divides, and environmental degradation have overshadowed humanity's potential for greatness. Education holds the key for restoring this lost glory by instilling values of empathy, critical thinking, and global citizenship. By promoting holistic learning that emphasizes not only academic achievement, but also moral development and social responsibility, education can empower individuals to become agents of positive change. Enhancing education in the broadest of its definition, we can cultivate a generation that cherishes unity, respects diversity, and works towards a brighter and more just society where the evils of society are eradicated. We need to pay attention to Lord Alfred Tennyson. Ring out the old, ring in the new. Ring out the false, ring in the true. Ring out the grief that saps the mind. For those that year we see no more. Ring out the feud of rich and poor. Ring in redress to all mankind. Ring out a slowly dying cause and ancient forms of party strife. Ring in the nobler modes of life with sweeter manners, purer laws. Ring out the want, the care, the sin, the faithless coldness of the times. Ring out my mournful rhymes. But ring the fuller minstrel in. Ring out false pride in place and blood, the civic slander and the spite. Ring in the love of truth and right. Ring in the common love of good. Ring out all shapes of foul disease. Ring out the narrowing lust of gold. Ring out the 1,000 wars of old. Ring in the 1,000 years of peace. Ring in the valiant man and free, the larger heart, the kindlier hand. Ring out the darkness of the land. Ring in the me that is to be. Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, had towards his latter years kept a book close to him. It was even there at his bedside as he lay dying. The book was of Robert Frost, and on one page featuring the poem Stopping by the Woods on a Snowy Evening, I would like to interpret his reading into education. Education is lovely, dark, and deep. As educators, we have promises to keep, and miles to go before we sleep, and miles to go before we sleep. Best wishes for a conference that should be filled with joyous fruits. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. Your global perspective has truly enriched our understanding of innovation in multidisciplinary research. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I invite Dr. Pramila MB, Associate Professor, Department of Sociology, to introduce our next guest speaker, Dr. C. Venkatesh. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello everyone, good morning. I am Dr. Pramila MB, Associate Professor of Sociology. I am here to present about Dr. C. Venkatesh. Dr. C. Venkatesh was born and brought up in Mysore, he completed his BPed with distinction from the University of Mysore and secured second rank in MPed from Bangalore University. He also completed a diploma in coaching basketball from NIS Sai Bangalore, securing first rank. He cleared SLET in 2001 and earned his PhD in 2007. Since 2008, he has been a research guide in physical education. As a player, he captained the Mysore University basketball team and represented the university in athletics, basketball, and handball at inter-university tournaments. As a coach, his team won the All India Inter-University Women's Basketball Championship in 2003 and 2004. He has produced several national and international players, including Savita LS and Rashmi C, who represent India in the Junior Asian Basketball Championship. His team have won many state championships. For the past 19 years, he has been serving in the Department of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, University of Mysore. He is currently the chairman of the department and the director of physical education. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Pramila ma'am, for your introduction. We now invite Dr. C. Venkatesh, Professor, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, University of Mysore, to deliver his address. Over to you, sir.
Namaste to everyone. First, I would like to appreciate and congratulate Government First Grade College Pandapura Principal Dr. Madhusudan and Convener Dr. Srinivasa, Physical Education Director and also Director in charge of Mandya University, and all the members of college for organizing this multidisciplinary international virtual conference. Myself, Dr. C. Venkatesh, Professor in Physical Education, University of Mysore. I am presenting a paper on modern research in physical education. Modern research in physical education is heavily focused on integrating digital technology, enhancing inclusively, adopting evidence-based methodologies, prioritizing holistic health and personalized fitness. Key trends include the use of wearable fitness trackers, wearable sensors for performance, virtual and augmented reality, a shift towards student-centered education, and AI in training analysis, AI-driven personalized workouts, adapted physical activity, inclusive criteria that emphasize mental well-being, and lifelong sustainable physical activity over traditional team sports activity. We have to incorporate all these points in our physical education research. As you know, the status of research in physical education in the field of education is at present very poor status. We have to improve the standard and quality of our research in physical education, so that we have to consider the following points in our research programs. Key research trends in physical education. First point is technology integration. Research activity explores the impact of fitness trackers, mobile apps, and AI on motivating students and personalizing exercise. Wearable technology allows our data-driven insights and student health metrics, optimizing engagement. As the technology improves, there are so many instruments that helps the physical education programs and training programs. We have to innovate all those new equipments such as wearable trackers, fitness trackers, and AI-based technologies in our training and teaching programs, so that students are encouraged and motivated to take up the physical education activity as a study subject. Next point is virtual and augmented reality. Studies are increasingly evaluating virtual and augmented reality to create immersive learning environments. It allows students to practice sports techniques or simulate the whole programs. Game-like scenarios in a controlled and safe settings environment. As new definition of education says, learning is creating opportunity to learn. So physical education programs also based on immersive learning environments. As a teacher and as a researcher, we have to provide suitable environments for learning physical education activity and encourage large participation. For that, we have to create new programs in physical education which create interest in the student's mind. Next point is inclusivity and equity. It's a major focus on adapting physical education for diverse abilities and genders and socio-economic background students, moving away from elimination style games towards activities that ensure active participation of everyone. Active participation is the motto of our physical education program. As World Health Organization also insists on large participation of physical education students in the programs of schools and colleges. Next point, holistic well-being and mental health. Research now links physical activity to mental health, investigating the incorporation of mindfulness, yoga, and stress reduction techniques within school curricula. We have to include the relaxation techniques, meditation techniques, yoga techniques in our syllabus, so that the education stress will be reduced in the students. They have to practice these techniques and they have to consider all the study content of this physical education program in their study days. Nowadays, students are facing academic stress and employees are facing work stress. They need techniques which is help them to relax and relax their mind and their body, so that we have to invent new relaxation techniques through physical activities and yoga activities. Nowadays, yoga is also a major activity in the society and people are very much interested in yoga activities. Physical education is base for all these activities. Yoga is one of the subject under physical education. So first we have to improve the standard of physical education and we have to invent new programs in physical education, so that all other activities like yoga, sports medicine exercise physiology, kinesiology and biomechanics, all these things can be standardized as per the physical education norms. Evidence-based pedagogy. In this point, there is a significant move from institution-based teaching to systematic scientific approaches focusing on long-term development and injury prevention and age-appropriate training. So in this pedagogy program, we have to consider different age categories and different sex-based education in physical education activities. As per the demand of different age groups, the interest and the motivating factors also changes as the child grows older. Accordingly, the physical education activities also must be changed to meet the interest and demands of the youngsters. In this Gen Z generation, the physical education activity is totally ignored by the young people. We have to create and we have to popularize the benefits of the physical education activity so that youngsters interestingly and motivating themselves on their own, they must participate in physical activities for at least an hour in a day. Model-based practice. Research on instructional models like cooperative learning is increasing, which improves student motivation, social skills, and classroom engagement. In every activity, motivation skills are very much important. The interest factor is the basic factor in any learning subjects. So we have to consider that the students must be interested in taking up the physical education activity and also the programs of fitness training and through which they can improve their overall development. Next point is gamified fitness. Using gamification such as leaderboards and digital rewards is a growing area of study to increase student engagement and motivation. Nowadays, it is all based on digital and data-based analysis. So we have to improve ourselves. We have to use the techniques and technology which is providing so many helps in our physical education programs. So we have to consider these techniques. And gamified fitness is a really a helpful topic which is based on the demands of each game. The fitness demands and technical demands of each game is different. Game to game it varies. The qualities required for a player in a different games is also vary from game to game. The researchers must concentrate on this aspect so that they can create a profile for a different games related to physiology, psychology, exercises and training methods for different age groups and for different sex backgrounds. We have to improve the standard of training programs. The researcher can take up the new training methods or introducing new training strategies, new training load parameters and the effect of trainings on different parameters of the education. Technological advancement in physical education. This is another subheading of this paper where we discuss about so many technological influence on physical education activity. Wearable technology. Use of smartwatches, pedometers and heart rate monitors to track student athlete activity. Nowadays, every coach are using possible technical equipments in their training and teaching. Nowadays, every school is upgrading itself as a high-tech classrooms like PowerPoint, touch screens, TVs, and everything is provided to improve the learning ability of the students. And also students and children are very much depend upon this electronic media where they can learn easily without any stress and struggles. For that, we physical education teachers must update ourselves to these technologies so that students are appreciate our efforts and they are depend on us to learn more things. Wearable technologies are must in our physical education and to monitor our training program, our improvement in physical education activity, fitness status, and to assess obesity and all those things we have to use technology. Video analysis. In training physical activities or training games and other sports, we must use this video analysis. Utilizing digital video cameras for immediate feedback and technique correction. And we have to show these videos to the students or trainees so that they themselves correct their mistakes and do the correct skills for the performance improvement. AI and data analysis. Using data to analyze performance, predict injury risks, and personalize exercise routines. So if you feed your details, the computer will give you video cameras for immediate feedback and technique correction. And we have to show these videos to the students or trainees so that they themselves correct their mistakes and do the correct skills for the performance improvement. AI and data analysis. Using data to analyze performance, predict injury risks, and personalize exercise routines. So if you feed your details, the computer will give your exercise protocol. So we have to improve some of the training programs where we can without any struggle or without any long duration, we can improve our fitness level and we can maintain our performance level also. And another subheading is health and wellness focus. As we talk about the performance sports, we have to speak about all the sedentary persons' health status also. In this heading, mental health integration is one of the important point. Research is exploring the link between physical activity, mental health, and cognition functioning is really an interesting area of research in physical education. Cognitive functioning such as intelligence level and learning factors, learning process, how it goes on different age groups is a very important subject in physical education. And emotional balance, mental status, and how you handle the different situation, all these things comes in this area. We have to consider this area in our research and we have to give a proper profile about these factors. Holistic development. Shifting focus from purely physical performance to emotional, mental, and social growth. The researcher in physical education must concentrate more on these factors like physical, like emotional, mental, and social growth of the child. The social growth of the child is an important factor in our physical education field, where children changes at every year of their age. They must be provided different programs for their age group and according to their interest and according to their physical capacity. For this, we have to create a program according to their ability and capacities, which program can be given to them and how to sustain interest in this physical education activities, and to ensure large number of participation in physical education programs. And last subheading is curriculum and pedagogical shifts. Inclusive education, growing research on adapted physical education for students with disabilities. We need to focus on the demands of special children also. There are many children who are not provided physical activities due to their handicapness, which is prevented them from participating in physical education activities. But the interest and motivating factors says that they must be provided as per their ability and level of inefficiency in physical education or physical fitness level. Students must be given different programs as per their ability in as their physical ability, and they have to given different programs modified to their ability level. For that, we have to produce or we have to give such programs which is suitable for their different disability levels. And obesity management is also a problem in our field and it is a hindering factor for high level performance. To bring out people from electronic media to sports field, we have to prove ourselves that physical education activity really gives so many benefits, so that education and overall development is taken place in the students. Yoga and alternative fitness. Incorporating yoga, pilates and wellness activities into traditional curricula is also considered as a good step in improving physical education research. We have to give such programs so that yoga and other activities are practiced by the physical education opted students. Wellness activities is also a very important. Wellness has so many dimensions like social qualities, occupational qualities, emotional qualities, physical qualities, fitness qualities, like so many dimensions wellness has to be achieved. If wellness should be achieved, a student must be satisfied in all the dimensions, or he should be having all the qualities of different dimensions so that he can reach wellness status. So how to reach wellness or how to achieve wellness is a big question. A researcher can work on this aspect where a student can achieve wellness, how to achieve wellness. On this factor, we have to work more. Fun-based learning. At schools level, we should not be very strict to students, where we have to give fun-based training programs so that students can enjoy and participate in physical education activities. We are usually do or give training to students in a very strict way. It is true that in sports training, just do it principle is followed, but we are not always talking about the medals or winning the competitions. We are thinking about the health of the students and benefits of physical education activities. So we have to focus on fun-based physical activities. Students must enjoy and also must have fitness program, and they must be motivated and interested to participate in this program every day, so that we have to create more fun-based programs for improvement of large participation. The research activities can be taken in building fun-based recreation activity, fun-based physical education activity, fun-based fitness programs, so that physical education and sports are taken by a large number of students and peoples. Key initiatives and career trends in physical education. Government initiatives. The government must initiate program for large participation and incentives to improve the students' interest level in the schools and colleges. The government nowadays introduced Fit India and Kelo India program aimed at promoting sports in the college and university levels. These programs are helping the students to develop themselves and achieve higher level performance in the different area of sports. But still, we need to focus more on this area where all rural students and including backward areas students must participate and must get the facilities of sports, and also accessibility and feasibility is considered to reach the physical education programs and get the sports training from the experts in the field of sports. For that, we have to give a vast detailed program to the government so that the government can consider these points in improving the sports activity and physical education participation in school and college level. And government also must concentrate on career opportunities in physical education and sports. Increased research into sports management, sports nutrition, sports journalism, and sports psychology can give more career opportunities to the students of physical education and sports. Students can opt so many professionals in their field, as content mentions that gym instructors, yoga instructors, sports medicine experts, physiotherapy experts. There are so many fields where physical education and sports person can involve and can make a career out of it. So physical education programs are very much modernized these days. The generation, the youngsters also expecting more activities and more interesting programs of physical education so that they can participate in that interestingly, and also encourage others to participate in sports. In my opinion, we must always use fun-based training programs and fun-based fitness programs and also fun-based recreation programs so that we can attract more students to the physical education and sports activities. So the motto of increasing large number of participation is achieved only through quality research and quality programs of physical education. If we introduce quality research and quality training programs to the field of sports, automatically the field of physical education and sports will improve. So that my dear friends, professional friends, kindly update yourself, improve the quality of research in our field so that it is equivalent to medical and agriculture field research papers. With this information, I am concluding my presentation. I once again thank all the participants for their patience hearing, and I also thank the principal and all the faculty members of Government College of Pandapura for their wonderful organization of this multidisciplinary international virtual conference. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening session on Modern Trends in Physical Education. Thank you so much. Moving on to the session 4. Now I request Dr. Ramesh, MC, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Vasant Kumar Timkapra. Over to Ramesh, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Vasant Kumar Timakapur, a multifaceted visionary. Dr. Vasant Kumar Timakapur is a celebrated personality in agriculture, known for his diverse role as farmer, plant pathologist, educator, science communicator, and social entrepreneur with a PhD in applied botany from the University of Mysore. He began his career as lecturer in 1984 and later spent 15 years in the seed industry as a research pathologist. For the past 15 years, he has been dedicated to serving farmers through free training. He has merged practical expertise with academic knowledge to advance crop improvement and disease management. His groundbreaking research has led to effective solution for viral diseases in papaya and tomato, earning global recognition. His book, Plant Doctor, is acclaimed as a vital resource for farmers. A prolific writer and professional photographer, he has published articles on agriculture, travel, and short stories in leading magazines. Sir has traveled and learning from diverse agricultural practices. A passionate science communicate, educate the public and empower farmers. Inspired by Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus, Sir has pioneered microcredit initiative to uplift your rural communities, earning prize from a student in agricultural sciences, combining theory with hands-on experience. His contribution have obtained multiple national and international awards, including the prestigious Rajyotsava Award from the Government of Karnataka. Here is a brief list of awards received by Dr. Vasanta Kumar Sir. The first one is Agriculture Extension Service awarded by Indian Pathological Society, New Delhi. Best Science Communicator awarded by Department of Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka in 2011. Karnataka Kanmani State Award in 2012. Farmer Friend Agricultural Scientist awarded by Lions Club International in 2015. Golden Global Achiever awarded by Institute of Economic Studies, New Delhi in 2015. Kuempu Sahitya Ratna State awarded by Kuempu Kalaniketan Gold Medal National Award Most Admired Social P. Thank you, sir. Welcome to this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ramesh sir, for your introduction. We now welcome Dr. Vasant Kumar Timkapura, Founder and Chief Scientific Officer, Greenlight CropTech Mysore, who will render his thoughts on farmer empowerment and centric innovation. Over to you, sir.
Hello, Namaskar. Good morning to all of you. Distinguished delegates, respected organizers, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers for inviting me to share my thoughts with you all people. And my topic given by the organizers is farmer-centric innovations and farmers' empowerment. Quickly, I will go through my presentation. Can I share my presentation? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. 1 second, 1 second. I will share it.
Yeah.
Sir, it is visible?
Can you allow me to share?
Madam, ಮಾತಾಡಿ visible ಇದೆ ಕೇಳಿ. Hello, sir.
Hello.
It's visible. Hello, sir.
You
It's
are
visible.
You are visible.
Yeah, yes, sir.
I am sharing my slides. Can you see them?
Sir, I will share.
Yeah. No, I am sharing.
You are sharing, just one
Yeah.
second.
Allow me to share.
Yes, sir. Now it's visible.
Visible? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So my topic is farmer-centric innovation and farmer empowerment. It's not moving. Another title is also called translational research, our green life model. And friends, all of you will agree with me that food is the first and the most basic need. We can live without anything but not food. But food is not just a thing to eat. For a country, food can be a weapon. Food is the strength. Food brings peace. Food gives you freedom, and food is sovereignty. The peace prevails in any country only when sufficient food is available in the country. And this food is not produced in factories, but it is produced in the farms and produced by farmers. So no farmer means no food, and no food means no future. So if you look at the Indian agricultural scenario, ours is basically an agrarian country. And before Green Revolution, we were having only 50 crore people. And then we were able to produce only 50 million metric tons of food grains. And more than 50% of the GDP was coming from agriculture. But we were actually going to other countries with begging bowl for food supply to feed our 50 crore people. So it was called ship to mouth situation. And after the Green Revolution, we are able to produce today more than 330 million metric tons of food, in addition to more than 340 million metric tons of horticultural crops. So the GDP presently contributed by agriculture is 20%, and we have moved from ship to mouth situation to self-sufficiency. And Dr. Norman Borlaug is the one who brought in the green revolution in the whole world. And Dr. M.S. Swaminathan is called the father of green revolution of India. And the high yielding varieties, chemical fertilizers, and irrigation facilities all added up to the green revolution. So because of green revolution, there has been a quantum leap in wheat production and rice production, pulses production, vegetables and other horticultural production. And we have been enjoying the rainbow revolution, not just green revolution, but it's a rainbow revolution, because you can see all the colors of the green rainbow in all the food markets, not only in the supermarkets, but also on the roadsides and in the open markets. You can see all the colors. And people have got, whoever have got money, they can buy any kind of food, and it is all available and accessible. So we have moved from food scarcity to food security. And because of this, government could bring in the food security bill and the Right to Food Act. But when our farmers are able to feed more than 140 crore people in the country, He is in deep distress, and as you see, on a daily basis, we see the farmer suicides, which is a very disgraceful situation for us, and he is in deep distress. And when you want to see the reasons for the dismal situation, we quote weather vagaries, biotic stresses, increased cost of cultivation, volatile prices, the middlemen, money lenders, all fleecing the farmers. But in my experience, what I have found is that in addition to these, more importantly, the lack of knowledge of scientific cultivation among farmers is leading to this kind of low productivity, because modern farming is very, very knowledge intensive and investment intensive. If he doesn't have the proper knowledge to use modern technologies, and if he doesn't have money to buy those technologies and use those technologies in his farming, he will not be able to produce more from less cost. So this is resulting in a reduced productivity, diminished profitability, lowest repaying capacity, and he defaults on debts due to all these reasons. So agricultural productivity is the question. We, as far as production is concerned, we are very much fine. But as far as productivity is concerned, we are much below the world average, and we are nowhere near to the productivity levels of United States and China. But since the population is ever increasing and we need to feed more and more mouth every day, the challenge in front of us is to produce more from less. It means we have to produce more food, more nutritious food, more safe food from less land, less water, less labor, less chemicals, and less cost. So how to increase the food production? So we have 3 or 4 different options. One is to increase the land area under cultivation, but that is ruled out because actually the land area under agriculture is shrinking. And increasing the yield through genetics, that is by science, has already reached a plateau, and further dramatic increase is not going to happen. But there is one option that since our crops are being lost to pests and diseases up to 30 to 35% of the total production, just by reducing those losses, we can make that much more food available to the people. Another option is to harness the power of nutrition and crop physiology by empowering the plants with their immunity levels, and in the productivity levels, we can increase the food production from the same land and same crop. So crop losses, as I mentioned, up to 30 to 35% are being lost to these pests and diseases. And despite using the 70 billion US dollar worth chemicals around the world per annum. So for our farmers, who are the plant doctors? Where are the plant clinics? The pesticide dealer is the plant doctor, and pesticide shops are the plant clinics. So that is a very dismal situation actually. So actually farmers should fight for their rights, especially they themselves don't know that they have the right to scientific agriculture knowledge. That is the missing farmer's right. And the problem is that price demands without knowledge. Current farmer movements focus on scientific pricing. That is, they are demanding for scientific pricing means minimum support price. They are demanding for loan waivers and subsidies, and they are asking for crop loss compensation. But they themselves ignore the root cause, that lack of scientific knowledge is harming them. So we need to check now why translational research is required. In Indian agriculture, there is a painful irony. We generate enormous scientific knowledge, but only a fraction reaches the farmer. As a result, the farmer fights biological problems with incomplete tools. I wanted to change this, and my focus was simple. Research should solve real on-ground problems. So just to give a little background of mine, though it is given already, I educated myself in University of Mysore. I was an assistant professor as a permanent lecturer, but then I quit my job to learn the practical science of agriculture. and I joined a multinational company called Pioneer Hybrid International of United States, which had branches in 145 countries all over the world. And I traveled all over the world along with my colleagues, and I learned a great deal about agriculture. In one of my international conferences, I was fortunate to meet and listen to the only agriculture scientist who got Nobel Prize is Dr. Norman Borlaug. He is the father of Green Revolution. I was inspired by his speech, and I quit my 5-star job in a multinational company, and I wanted to return to my roots, that is villages. He is a great Dr. Norman Borlaug was basically a pathologist, but he turned into a breeder. He became an extension scientist to reach his the results of his research to the needy people, especially in the poor countries like India. And he is a great humanist. And his biography inspired me to go back to villages and help the farmers. So I was working as a plant pathologist in a company, and I wanted to become a plant doctor who can solve the problems of the farmers on the ground. So friends, you know that a nation is secure not because of its borders, but because of its farmers. Food security is equivalent to national security, and farmer confidence gives national confidence. So what is farmer empowerment? Farmer empowerment is not subsidy, loan waiver, temporary relief. Farmer empowerment is knowledge power, economic independence, decision-making confidence, risk resilience, and dignity to his life. And what is farmer-centric innovation? Innovation that asks, is it affordable to farmer? Is it simple to follow? Is it field tested? Does it reduce the risk of his crop losses? Does it increase his income? If not, it is not farmer-centric. The innovation gap. The most innovations are lab-centric, publication-centric, company-centric, policy-centric. Very few are farmer-centric. So the result is adoption gap. So when your innovations are just lab-centric, then it cannot be adopted by the farmer and he cannot use it. So global crop loss reality we need to understand, because to work on that, we should know that it's very, very important. Especially viral diseases cause billions of dollars of loss annually, and no practical curative solutions in many crops are available. Farmers forced to uproot infected plants because there is no cure for that, and the system focused on control, not recovery. We at Green Life, we wanted to change the question. So the old question was, how do we eliminate the infected plants? Or how do we prevent the infections? But the new question we asked for ourselves is, how do we help the plant to recover from the infection? So farmer-centric innovation begins with the right question. So we asked the right question to ourselves, and it led us to find the right grounded solution to the farmers. So virus management, we are happy and proud to say that we are the first people to find curative remedy for virus infected crops in the entire world, and we have got patent also for this. I will show you the results later. But now, so field-based innovation approach is to take observation in farmers' fields, not in the literature. You have to conduct practical trials right in the farmer fields, and you should create affordable application methods, and we should be able to see the visible crop recovery in the farmer's field conditions, not in our greenhouses or in the laboratory conditions. So empowerment through recovery, not removal of the crop. So we also worked on wilt and root diseases, which are very difficult to control, and there are no practical solutions to these kind of diseases, which cause huge loss to farmers in various crops. The traditional approach is to kill the pathogen, because most of the time it is caused by a fungus, and we have umpteen number of fungicides to kill the pathogens, but that is not working because of various reasons. And the new approach is to strengthen the host. In addition to kill the pathogen, we need to strengthen the host, and its physiology. And the shift is from enemy destruction to plant resilience. So it is gives empowered plant, and it means empowered farmer. So there is we need to shift the philosophy from input intensive agriculture to intelligence intensive agriculture, from dependency to self-reliance. The 5 pillars of farm empowerment are: number 1 is knowledge empowerment, number 2 is a technological empowerment, number 3 is economic empowerment, number 4 is psychological empowerment, and number 5 is institutional empowerment. What is knowledge empowerment? That is to give him the knowledge of disease diagnosis, and he should understand his soil better, its fertility, its health, and its productivity. And then he should have scientific temper. Only when he has got scientific knowledge, he will develop scientific temper. So, and then he can take the data-based decisions. So informed farmer is independent farmer. What is psychological empowerment? So we should help in reducing his fear, and we should build confidence in him, and we should help him restore his dignity, create pride in farming. And because farmers should say that I am proud to be a farmer. That is very, very common in countries like United States. They always put proudly that stickers on their vehicles that I am proud to be a farmer. So that kind of pride we should be able to create for the farming community. So mental resilience is as important as soil fertility. So the birth of the Green Life model. So we at Green Life have created our own model by studying the problems of the farmers right on the field, because I am also son of a farmer. I hail from a farming family, and I have done farming myself, and I know the problems of the farmers, especially in country like India. So after leaving a comfortable corporate job, I dedicated myself to field level science. I realized that every farmer's field is a living laboratory. Problems are real, immediate, and unforgiving. The Green Life model emerged as a bridge between science and society, built on 3 pillars. The 3 pillars are research, innovation, and production, information and extension service, and microfinance and credit service to farmers in our own unique method. So innovation rooted in reality. We developed 2 flagship technologies. One is Phyton-T, a breakthrough in wilt, root rot, and root health restoration. Power Plus, a world's first practical farmer usable antiviral solution for crops like papaya, tomato, capsicum, banana, and even cassava mosaic virus in Africa. These were not theoretical innovations. They were born from farmer suffering and tested under harsh field conditions. So we have done field validation. Our experiments were not conducted in controlled environments. They happened in rain-fed fields, disease hotspots, smaller holder farms, villages with reduced recurring losses. We didn't choose easy locations. We chose the most challenging ones. So this led to a unique validation approach. Test on the sickest plants or plots. They show visible recovery. We document changes on leaves, fruits, and yield. And we let farmers witness the transformation. We let results speak louder than our lectures. This created deep trust, respect, and acceptance among farmers. So another social innovation we created, that is microfinance of critical inputs. We introduced a novel model, interest-free microfinancing of crop inputs at the time of need. No collateral, no paperwork, no interest, just trust plus technology plus guidance. This enabled even the poorest farmer to adopt the best solutions at the right time. Social innovation, this model empowered more than 5,000 farmers across multiple villages with dramatic improvements in income, stability, and confidence. It was appreciated internationally, even by Nobel laureate like Professor Muhammad Yunus. So socio-economic transformation has happened. One of the finest example is our floral revolution in chrysanthemum. What was once a loss-making crop became a prosperous local economy through scientific cultivation, disease-free planting, balanced nutrition, use of our products, continuous extension support, and microfinance. Farmers built new homes, educated their children, and expanded cultivation. This is translational research creating roaring rural economies. So this is our green life. We have got a free clinic for farmers. Farmers visit us on a regular basis to get solutions for their problems. So we also keep visiting farms on a regular basis to see how is our technology working and how is our training working on the farmers' fields. And this is how farmers bring their specimens and get solutions. Yeah, we worked on the root system of the fruit because the bigger the root, bigger the fruit. That is our solution. Sorry, more root, more fruit, more leaf, more life, more green, more grain. That is our philosophy. So I am going to show you how our technology worked in the field. Excuse me, the slide is not moving.
Sir, you have to move, sir.
I am clicking.
Maybe it's a software issue.
Okay. It's coming now.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, so you can see the treated and untreated plot. It's a scientific thing, but still, I am sure that you can see the difference. See here, untreated plot with the normal technology what they were using. Now with our technology and knowledge, they are able to produce more than double actually. The happy farmers in the fields, the best crop in the country. Of course, this is tobacco. We created a win-win situation for everyone. And media also wrote a lot of articles about our contribution to the farmers. And many scientists started visiting our laboratory in Mysore. And one day, Nobel laureate Mohammad Yunus also visited us. And he appreciated our microfinance model and technology transfer model, but he was very unhappy that I was working on a crop like tobacco. Then we took it as a challenge. So we looked for a new area, a new crop, and accepted the new challenges, and we produced the new solutions. So it's called technology and training turned a failed village into a floral economy. So you can see the village near the backwaters of KRS, but which is very dry. Though the KRS dam is so near, but this village and surrounding villages had no sufficient water to grow their crops. You can see all the empty fields here. The aerial shots, and farmers were using very primitive methods of cultivation. They had a very lowest crop stand in the field, and they didn't know what kind of fertilizers to apply, how to apply, when to apply, and all. So the yields were the lowest, and they were facing lots of disease problems, insect problems, and things like that. And we studied them in a holistic manner, and they were also facing virus problem, which has no remedy at all. And they were spraying all kinds of pesticide out of desperation to save their crop. And their weekly harvest used to be this much, and that too only for 6 months. So their income was not more than 40 to 50,000 rupees per annum. And only 6 months they used to work, and 6 months they were empty without any job. So at that point of time, we entered the village. We conducted a lot of meetings, and we took them into our confidence, and we started giving technologies to them, and we gave our products, life-saving products on credit basis without any interest. That is a unique microfinance model in the form of kind. We conducted a lot of training programs, and this resulted in huge transformation in crop cultivation. and uniform crop and uniform health and productivity. And you can see how many flowers per plant they are able to produce now. And see, the whole field is full of flowers. And because of this, there was so much generation of employment, especially for women. So this employment also led to women empowerment in those villages, not only in one village, up to 25 villages it has covered. And there is plenty of production going on. And youths from the cities have come back to villages to do farming. And now you can see how the village has been transformed over years from dry lands to greeneries. And how this Dinkashettilli looked in 2011, all dry village without any crop around. And now in 25, 26, it's all greenery, and lot of new houses have come in because of the improved economy. And see how the houses are being changed. This is the proof of the improved transformation in their social status and economic status. And see how what kind of new model houses have come in those villages. And they are able to give best education to their children and give best health care to their family members. And this attracted the attention of the media all over the country. And this news has come in various languages, including Marathi, Telugu, English, Kannada, etc. And because of this, we have been able to bring in 4 E benefits: economic benefit, employment benefit, emotional benefit, and environmental benefit, and most importantly, empowerment of the farmers, and especially the women empowerment. So we also brought in a new concept of LCD because we neither could go to those villages on a daily basis, nor farmers could come to our laboratory for consultation every day. So we identified an unemployed graduate from that village. We hired him, we trained him as a doctor, and he learned everything which is required for a scientific cultivation of chrysanthemum. And we sent him back to the villages, and we put a shop. We helped him to establish a shop of pesticides in Ballenalli in Mandya Jilla. And then now he has turned out to be a very successful entrepreneur. He's a very popular crop doctor as well as a successful entrepreneur. He is so successful that he is able to visit every year one or the other countries. He is in Singapore here. One time he was an unemployed graduate without any income. Now he is so rich that he is able to visit Philippines and Malaysia, Singapore every year. So that is a success story on that. And coming back to our virus research, so this news about our virus research has become viral, and it has appeared in various magazines and news media, including international media. So you can clearly see the difference between treated and untreated plot where virus infection is there. And up to 2 years, we have been able to maintain a crop with good health and good yield. And you can clearly see how the infected plant was looking before the treatment on your left, and on your right after treatment of 2 months. So the crop was completely cured. And that is the kind of demonstration we have been able to show right on the farmer's field. So this has come in international media, and we have received the Indian patent for this innovation. And this has been able to solve many farmers' problems right on the field. And many scientists, because this is a very unbelievable innovation, we invited farmers from, scientists from various states and countries to visit to see for themselves. And of course, farmers are the final judge, and they have been using our technology very successfully, and they are extremely happy. And this doesn't work only in papaya, but it also works on vegetables like tomato, cucurbits, even chrysanthemum. And we have been able to use our technology to transform farmers' socioeconomic status. So the philosophy behind the green life model is science must be humane, research must reduce suffering of farmers, innovation must be accessible, affordable, and available. Farmer's dignity must be upheld by everyone because he is the one who feeds all of us every day, thrice a day. And socio-economic development is the true measure of success, nothing else. And when farmers rise, the nation rises. So the translation research is not a concept, it's a movement. A movement where science becomes solution, solution becomes practice, practice becomes prosperity, and prosperity becomes national progress. That is the Green Life model. That's our journey, and the journey continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You have enlightened us on so many issues with reference to plant health and growth, productivity, and so on. Thank you, sir, for highlighting innovation in agriculture and farmer empowerment as a true example of applied multidisciplinary research. Moving on to session 5, I would like to invite Ms. Asha Rani V, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Shankar Reddy. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great honor and privilege to introduce our distinguished guest speaker, Dr. Shankar Reddy Kolle. Sir is currently serving as the University Librarian at the Central Tribal University of Andhra Pradesh. He obtained his master degree in Library and Information Science from Gulbarga University, Kalburgi, and he also qualified the UGC NET and JRF examinations. He completed his PhD as a Junior Research Fellow from Gulbarga University, Kalburgi. Dr. Kolle has over 15 years of professional experience in academic librarianship. He previously served as Deputy Librarian and University Librarian at Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, for more than 7 years. He has successfully completed professional certifications in Web of Science and Scopus. His research contributions include several publications in reputed journals comprising 4 articles indexed in the Science Citation Index, 1 article in the Social Sciences Citation Index, and 16 articles indexed in Scopus. Dr. Kolle has actively organized numerous webinars and workshops for research scholars and faculty members. He has also delivered several expert lectures and handled technical sessions in faculty development program, webinars, and seminars. On behalf of the organizing committee, I warmly welcome Dr. Shankar Reddy Kolle, sir, to this 2-day international conference. We are truly honored to have you with us, sir, and we look forward to your valuable insights and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your introduction. We now welcome Dr. Shankar Reddy, University Librarian, Central Tribal University, Andhra Pradesh, who will speak on how to spot predatory journals and publishers. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. May I audible?
Yes, sir. It's audible.
Okay. Thank you so much for your introduction about me. And I thank all the organizer for organizing such kind of this what you call seminar. Shall I share my PPT, please?
Yes, sir. It's given option.
1 minute.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
1 minute. Okay, today I will discuss about predatory journals. Okay, when we do research, we have to publish a research to record our knowledge, what we have produced out of our research. Is it clear now? Voice is clear now? Voice is clear? Something is going
yes, yes,
please
sir.
let me know.
It's clear,
okay,
sir.
When we do research as a scholar, as a teacher, we produce research. But what happens sometimes we compromise in publication of our research. And what happens, you see that we publish in a predatory journals. Predatory journals means the journals which are not quality journals, means they are fake journals actually. Okay, because we don't know what are the predatory journals. That's why we publish sometimes. Sometimes lack of some knowledge or competency in research, we publish in predatory journals. Since 2010 in India, the research has been become a very important concept because the lot of universities has come up in last 10-15 years and lot of vacancies. To get that vacancy, we need to have a publications. Means to get appointed as a professor, assistant professor, associate professor. So this pressure also one more reason that we publish in the predatory journals. And here I am referring publisher and as well as journals. Okay, and also conference also. How they are actually, how they cheat the scientist. That is very important. Okay, coming to that. Predatory journals were used by the one scientist, means a librarian. He's from USA. His name is Jeffrey Bell. Predatory means exploitation. Means you see now that predatory and predator and prey. Means prey means the here researcher. Predator means here publisher or journal. Means they exploit the young scientist actually, so that they use so many techniques to exploit the scientist. That it is a very serious concern for the today's science. You see that science is based on the facts. If the facts are not there, means there is no science. If the predatory journals are there, they are with lot of errors, lot of flaws in the data or explanation, then obviously it will affect on the, it will have negative effect on the science. Okay, they are the serious concern for the today's science. And also these are the fraudulent and deceptive and pseudo journals are publishers. They what you call, they trick, they will cheat the scientist. Okay, what they will do, they will accept manuscript without peer review. Means a journal which is accepting publication, means manuscript without peer review, that is obviously that is a predatory journals. Peer review is a very important process where the one more scientist or two scientists will check your paper whether it is having quality or not. But predatory journals doesn't go for that, but they will mention that we will go by the peer review. That is one more reason. And they will not check quality and experiment has been conducted, how it has been conducted, what are the quality, they will not check. And just they will accept the manuscript and they will ask some money and they will publish immediately. And here the journal or publisher intention is to only make a money, not a advancement to the science. This is a very serious concern. Main victims are from the countries like India, because in last 15 years, you see that in 2010, there was a UGC regulation for the appointment of teachers, faculty members, librarians, everyone. They asked to, there is a requirement to fulfill 400 API to become eligible for the professor post. Okay, what happens? This has become a very important turning point for rise of predatory journals. To complete 400 or 300 API score, one has to publish so many papers. In that way, people started publishing in the predatory journals. So in last 10-15 years, lot of research papers are published from the India as a predatory journals. Major victims are from the India only country, like developing country. So he is the Jeffrey Bell. You are seeing the photo of this person. He's a very good man. He's a great man actually. He coined the word. He is a liberal. He is a often credited as a coining the term predatory publishers, which is the described as a organization that publish counterfeit journals to exploit the open access models in which the authors pay. Here he is telling that journals, they are actually, their interest is not to make any advancement to the science. Their interest is to make money out of it. They ask young scientists to submit an article and they will ask some money and they will immediately they will publish. He has become a very great man because he started a movement, means one kind of this one, he started one movement against predatory journals, and many these predatory publishers targeted him also. He's a librarian right now. He has created one website there you will find a lot of predatory journals and publisher list. Okay, then predatory journals are they are not honest and they lack transparency. Means they won't follow the standards that has to be followed for publishing a research, and they do research, especially those who are inexperienced. Means they are somebody who is young, they don't know about publication. For them they target, and the main goal of predatory journals is only profit, making money. For example, I will tell you today, for example, one person can start a journal with 5,000 rupees of payment. He can create a website. Also, that if he charges 2,000 rupees per paper, if he publish 100 or 200 papers, he will make it 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs rupees with one journal. This is a motto behind the predatory journals. Okay, what are the features of the predatory journals? First feature is they won't go for peer review process. They won't check quality of the research. Then they claim that they are going for peer review. That is the main feature of the predatory journals. And they have fake editorial board. They won't have proper editorial board. Means the editorial board will not have correct address also, and the person name will be something else. He will not be a subject expert on that subject. These are the flaws will be there on editorial board. And the title of the journals always it mimic with the main journal. Like Indian Journal of Chemistry is there, now they will add like Indian Journal of Chemistry and Science, like that. They mimic they clone the reputed journal. That is one more feature of the predatory journals. And they won't follow any transparency in the charging article processing fee. For example, I will tell you nowadays the APC is there for good journals also. Like Sage Open is there, they charge APC. But these predatory journals, they will not tell why they are charging APC. Okay, this is also one more feature of the predatory journals. And they claim that their journals are being indexed in like Scopus, Web of Science, like that. It is also fake, but because the scientists won't cross check, that's why they become a victim of this. And also the acceptance rate is very high in case of predatory journals. For example, good journals, they accept only 15 or 20 papers, whatever submit. For example, 100 papers are submitted to the journal, they will accept only 15 or 10 after quality checking. But predatory journal, they will accept all the articles whatever submitted to the journal, and it is 100% acceptance rate will be there. And a quick publication, what happens, publication in good journal, it will take 1 year, 2 year also. But in case of predatory journals, immediately within half an hour they will publish on website. This is a one more features of the predatory journals. And if you see that the predatory journals, if you go to the website, you will not find the address of the journal where it is located. They will give only email. These are the features of the predatory journals. Then if you see that they tell that our journal is having 5 impact factor, 6 impact factor, but actually it is not there. They fake that. They won't tell truth. It is a wrong actually, because we don't cross check. It is a very it is also one more what you call feature of predatory journals. And what they will do, aggressively target potential authors through email. They will send emails to some young scientists or the scholars, so target them to submit their article. And they sometimes what happens, predatory journal, there is no guarantee they will maintain for long time, because they are come into the business to make money. After 5 years they may close. There is no guarantee of maintaining your research on their website also. These are the features of the predatory journals. Okay, coming to that, why predatory journals rise? I was telling the technology one is very important, because nowadays the technology is there, ICT is there. With one software is there, open journal system. Anybody can start one journal with one server is having, he can start his own journal. And also you see that having a one website, he can start one journal, because within 5 or 10,000 one person can start a journal. This is the main reason behind the rise of the predatory journal. Then coming to the second is appointments and promotions. We need a publication compulsory. For example, to become eligible for professor, as assistant professor, we need 5 to 10 publications. Because of that, we start looking for publication. It is very difficult to publish in a good journal, so that we will go for a predatory journal, because they accept very soon and they publish very soon, and they will charge some money. They won't go for the peer review process. And one more thing is publisher perish, because scientists are asked to publish compulsory. If they won't publish, means their career will be in problem. That is also one more reason that predatory journals rise recently. And academic pressure is there. You see that in the university, people look at you and they will see your profile. If you are not having good publication, they say that you will get a pressure because academically you are not good. They see that. That is also one more reason. And lack of research competence. People who are having less competent, they tend to publish in predatory journals. So because of they think that their paper is not good, so that they want to publish in any journal which is available and easily they can get, and they can get published very soon. This is also one more reason behind the predatory journals rise. And also social identity is also there, because people see that somebody has published so many papers and one more person has not published, he compare with them, so that he will try to publish paper. It is very difficult to publish in good journals, so that he will go for predatory journals. That is also one more reason, social identity threat. Then lack of awareness. You see that many people are not aware of predatory journals. That's why awareness about the predatory journals is very much required. They don't know, even though they are very good researcher, they are not aware about that predatory journals, why they are come in the business. So they will land in the problem. They will publish their work in that. So later what do you call, they will pay for that actually. And the money making business is very important. I told you now that with 5,000 you can have one journal. If you publish, if you charge one article 2,000 rupees, means if you are publishing 100 articles, means you can make a 2 lakhs rupees. If you run 5 journals, means you can make 10 lakhs. This is behind why predatory journals rise, because this only people started making money out of it. These are the reason why predatory journals rise recently. Then coming to that, how they trap. Predatory journals have a very technique. They will trap like sending a mail to you, like they will send like a call for papers. For example, they will send a mail to you. They will harvest your emails through email Google, and then they will send a mail to you to like a call for papers. Then they will establish email communication. Then also they will give wrong information about that impact factor. They will tell that our journal is having impact factor like 5 or 6. Then we will get tempted, then will publish in that journal. That is also one technique they use. Then they will give wrong information about indexing. You see that predatory journal, they won't give proper information. What they will give, they say that our journal is indexed in corpus, but actually it is not. It will be not there actually. So they fake it. They will not tell truth. So they cheat. But if it is believing in that, scientists tend to publish in the predatory journals. And cloning of the journal title. What happens? The predatory journal, they clone the journals, like they mimic the original journal, like Indian Journal of Chemistry, and they will add one word and technology like that, so that scientists used to get confused, so that they will land in the publishing in the predatory journals. And for putting fake editorial board, for example, they will put like a editorial board chief is from USA. Okay, then looking at the USA, will land in that it is a true journal, but they are a fake journal. These are the techniques they use to trap the new scientist, means younger scientists, to get published in the predatory journals. So awareness of predatory journals is very much required. Coming to that, how they it is this is an example. You see that they will send a mail like a call for paper. They will send like a call for paper for peer research journals. Regarding, they will list all the journals and they will ask you to submit your research papers to these journals. So that looking at that, if you have any paper in our hand, so that we will get in touch and we will publish in the predatory journal. This is a one technique they use. For example, they will send a mail like this, call for papers with color, everything. Okay, this is a one technique they follow. Then they will have a email communication. They will take your name and they will write about you, and they will tell that you have published so and so article. It is a very interesting, and we are having a journal. It is a very good journal. Can you submit one more article for our journal? Like that, they will ask. They will make a email communication to the young scholars, so that you have to be very careful. This is a email communication. Naturally, a good journal they want to make. This is a main technique, or trapping technique they use to trap the young scientists or inexperienced scholars. Then coming to like that, they will send a mail like that our journal is having impact factor like 0.96 or 5 like that. You see that this is an example. Open Journal of Ecology, they send like that. Citation, so many things they will send, and they will ask you to send a paper for a publication. This is a one more technique they use by giving a fake information about impact factor, indexing everything. They will dupe the new scientist, means they will cheat us. This is a one more technique they follow. So we have to be very careful in submitting an article to any journal. Then coming to that, how to avoid predatory journals and publishers. You see that it is very difficult to find a predatory journals, but we can sense looking at the journals. But there are some methods through that you can avoid predatory journals and publishers. First is please refer Jeffrey Bell list of predatory journals. Means Jeffrey Bell has published a predatory journals list on website. You can go through that. This is one method. Then again, one more website is there, Think, Check, Submit. Here you will get some checklist. Through that you will come to know that which are the predatory journals. And also you can go through the Scopus website. It is a free, therein you can find that whether the journal is indexed in Scopus or not. Okay, again, then if you come to the Web of Science, there is a list of master list of journal list in Web of Science, wherein you can verify. For example, somebody says that our journal is indexed in Web of Science, then you have to go here and you have to cross check. If somebody says that some journal people says that our journal is indexed in Scopus, then you have to go to scopus.com. It is a free, go to there and you can check, cross check. This is the way you can check, avoid the predatory journals. And also UGC care list of journal is there. There also they find the predatory journal, they remove. This is also one more method. Then one more website is there, predatoryreport.org. Here also you can find who are the predatory journals. Okay, these are the resources where you can get idea about predatory journals. Then how to if you go by think, check, submit checklist, what you have to do is think. First you have to think. For example, you have a paper with you, you want to publish. Then if you come across any journal, first you have to think, is it a trusted journal? You have to think. Okay, this is very much required. Then is it the right journal for your work? For example, what happens, predatory journal, they publish anything like a science, social science, any subject. Their scope is not like that fixed. So you have to see that you have to publish in your good journal, that is cover, that is only publishing your scope of the article. Then only it is good journal, then it is a wrong. So you have to think about whether this journal is trusted one or not, whether this journal is good for your work. These things you have to think while going for this predatory publication. Means publication, you are making a decision for the publication. Then once you think now if it is okay, yes, if you see that egg, then you have to check. What you have to check? Check it is a trusted one, whether it is trusted one or not. Then do you know or your colleague knows this journal? That is also very important. Have you read any article in this journal? For example, you are a scientist, obviously you would have come across some article from that journal. If you are not getting this idea, means obviously that may be the predatory journals. Is it easy to download latest paper in this journal? It's very important. For example, you have a predatory journals come across, it means you have to check, is it easy to find out articles from that journal or not? If it is not, means it may be predatory journals. A name of the journal you have to check, because easily they make confused you. They make like a cloning of the other journal, so that you have to check that one. For example, you want to check, you should check the ISSN number. ISSN portal is there. There you can check whether this ISSN number is correct or not. That also you have to check. These are the things you have to check. Then if you check, can you easily identify, contact the publisher? For example, what happens, Political Journal, though they won't give contact address of the publisher. If they are given or not, you have to check. Then is the publisher name clearly displayed on the journal website? What happens, Political Journal, they won't give publisher name, obviously. You have to check that also. Then can you contact the publisher by telephone? It is very important. What happens, Predatory Journal, they will give only email address. They won't give telephone number and other postal address. That you have to check. If it is not there, means you have to doubt that. And is the journal clear about the type of peer review it uses? For example, any journal, they will tell what kind of peer review they will follow, whether the double blind or single blind, what kind of, whether editor will review or who will review. So if the journal is not specifying these things, obviously it will be predatory journals. Does the website mention whether the process involves independent or external review? You should see that who is doing a review also. That is also should be there. Is the publisher offering review? Sometimes what efforts publisher will offer, then it is a predatory journals many a times. Does the journal guarantee acceptance? For example, what happens, predatory journals will accept everything. So they say that 100% acceptance rate. So if any journal is saying that 100% acceptance, then it is obviously it is a predatory journals. Then if you go check that are articles indexed, you check that whether the articles are indexed in many databases like Scopus or Web of Science. Obviously that articles which are indexed in Web of Science, Scopus, that journals are very good. So if it is yes, okay. If it is no, means obviously that may be predatory journals. Does the publisher ensure long-term archiving and preservation? For example, what happens? Predatory journals they will publish and one day they may go. So, but what is the policy of that journal? You have to see. That is very much required. Then does the publisher use permanent digital identifiers? It is very important. DOI is very important because it is a consistent access provider, actually persistent access provider. Whether if is it clear what fees will be charged? If they are taking a APC, means article processing charge, they have to tell that why they are charging, whether they have given or not. Does the journal site explain what these fees are meant for? Means why they are charging, they have to tell why they are charging this money APC. Then does the publisher explain on their website how they are financially supported? For example, predatory journals, they will make money. They are in the business to make money, but they have to tell how they are managing their journals also. Where the money is coming, that you have to check. Then do they mention the currency amount of fee? For example, they are from India, they have to mention Indian rupees, and for example, foreign, they have to mention foreign. But predatory journal, they won't show that whether they are in India or foreign. They will not tell. They will give only email address. That is also very important. You have to check this also. Does the publisher website explain whether or not waivers are available? What happens? Genuine journal, they are charging APC. They will give waiver. Okay, in case of predatory journal, they won't give waiver. That is also you have to check. If obviously there is no waiver, then obviously that is a predatory journals. Then are guidelines provided for the authors on the publisher website clear or not? For example, predatory journal, they won't give proper guidelines to authors. But here, predatory journals, genuine journal, they provide guidelines for the authors. That is very important. For an open access journal, does the publisher have a clear license policy? For example, they will not tell what kind of license they will have, CC or whatever. Then does the publisher allow you to retain copyright of your work? You check that whether they allow you to retain of your work copyright. That is very important. Then does the publisher have a clear policy regarding the potential conflict of interest? Nowadays, conflict of interest has become a very important issue because a lot of papers are being retracted. Predatory journals, they won't have that policy regarding potential conflict of interest. They will not check regarding author and reviewer conflict of interest because they are actually they are in the business to cheat, not to make any advancement to the science. Can you tell what format your paper will be available in? For example, you have to check in what format it will be there, whether it will be there in PDF or HTML. You have to check that also. Does the journal provide any information about matrix of usage of citation? Means genuine journal, they will tell how many citation, what is the indexing, all these things they will tell. But a predatory journal, they will give fake information or they will fake data, everything. You have to check. Okay, then if you check all these things, if you say that you get yes for most of the answer, then you can submit. If you answer yes to most of all the questions, then you can think and you can submit. These are the checklist you have to follow to find the predatory journals. Then what constitutes a bad journal? That is very important. Which is the bad journal? No journal is bad actually, but intention is very important. For example, any journal it has come to make money, means it is obviously it is a bad journal. For example, some society publication, they are in the since they are also not indexed in Scopus or Web of Science, but they are very good journals. The not widely bad journal is that not widely trusted and respected in the community itself. Means bad journals people will not take name and nobody recognize that. That is obviously bad journals. Means people will not trust because they will not have a long history also. And they suspect editorial and peer review standards. Means if you they follow that suspected peer review process and editorial standards. Means they won't follow standards. It is required to evaluate rigorous evaluation of the research. That is also bad journal. If any journal is they are not following standard peer review process, then obviously that is a bad journal. Then emphasis on speed of publication. If any journal their emphasis is on publication, not publication and making money, then obviously that is a bad journal. The good journal, it will check all the research content, and they will take proper decision whether to publish or not, because they will go by the peer review reports. But bad journal, they will accept whatever you submit, even though having so many errors in the publication. And lack of transparency of business model. For example, good journal Sage Open is there. They are also charging APC, but they will mention what for they are charging. But bad journal, they won't tell what for they are charging APC. Okay, this is a if they are charging without mentioning, means obviously that is a bad journal. And bad karma on the web. For example, if the journal which is listed in Pell list of priority journal, then obviously that is a bad journal. And not indexed in Web of Science and Scopus, that is usually it is a bad journal, because whichever journal they are good, they are indexed in good database like Web of Science and Scopus. These are the characteristics of the bad journals. Then coming to how do you choose a good journal over a bad journal? It's a very important for a scholar or a scientist. He has to have a knowledge of printed journals. How you can choose a good journal? First is a seek advice before submission. For example, you have a fairly well done research in your hand, you want to publish that research. Then what you have to do, if you are not having a knowledge about journals, you have to seek advice from the some your seniors, or usually librarians are very good in that, and some people who are very good in the publication already, they have records of publication. That is very important. There is no harm seeking advice from the others. First, second is the reputation, word of mouth, advice from the colleagues is very important. You have to see reputation of the journal, who are the publishers, and for example, you have to ask, have you heard this journal? How is this journal? Everything you have to ask from the other colleagues also. Then look at the website information. If you go to the website, you have to go to the website of the journal. Then you have to check all these things. For example, they have given everything, who is the editor, editorial board, what is the journal, scope of the journal, and indexing information, abstracting information, impact factor, APC charges, and policy regarding archival, and policy regarding what you call licenses, Creative Commons licenses. All these things should be, you have to check. If they are giving everything properly, and address, phone number, communication address, everything is there, then that is a good journal actually. So you have to look at the website before submitting an article, and you have to check. Usually what happens, predatory journals, they will have flaws in the website. Their color will be very typically different, and they will have a dark color, and there will be a lot of mistakes in the website, and they won't put all the details. Sometimes they mislead. All these things they will do. Then impact factor. What happens? Impact factor is very important to know that how the journal is performing. For example, somebody says the predatory journal, they will say we are having impact factor like 5 4. Then you have to cross check. Okay, using JCR impact factor or site score, whatever impact factor they say, they have to cross check. Should not go by the only what they are telling. It is truth. So you should not believe that impact factor of the journal. Then content. For example, what happens, the predatory journals usually they publish whatever content is there. Means everything they will publish, from science, social science, arts, humanities, all articles they will accept. If any journal it is accepting all kind of work, their scope is very big, means it is obviously bad journal actually. So you have to see that based on the content, you will come to know that whether it is a good journal or a bad journal. Then the usually bad journal sort a publication history. The bad journal will come in short time and they will go. But a good journal will have a long history. Like you see, the Elsevier journals are having 300 years old record also, some journals. Because the history of the journal is very important, because you are going to publish your work, it is very it should be there for longer time. Research should be there for generation. So you have to choose that, see that whether the journal has a good publication history or not. Then pay to publish format. For example, if the bad journal will ask for first money, but they won't go for peer review. But in case of good journal, even though they are charging money, they will go for the peer review first. Then if it is accepted, then only they will ask for the money, and there will be waiver also. If it is not there, then obviously that is a bad journal. Then publisher reputation is also very important. For example, I was telling you now only that Sage is a very good publisher. We know they are 100 years, more than 100 years. And also if you see Elsevier, they are since they are in publishing industry since 200 300 years. Their history is very important. These are the things any journal which has which is published by a reputed publisher, obviously that is a good journal. These are the things you have to check while going for the publication of your research. Then how to distinguish good and bad journals, it's very important. Content, if you look at content, predatory journals publish anything like science, social science, commerce, everything. But in case of good journal, they will publish on a specific scope. Means they will publish on a limited topic only. They will mention this in their journal website. Okay, this is very important. Then impact factor. Obviously, impact factor, it denotes that how the journal is performing. The good journal will perform obviously well, so that they will have impact factors. Impact factor is also one more thing that you can distinguish between good and bad journal. And the website information usually is that website, the good journal, they will provide everything on the website, but bad journal, they won't provide all things. They will mislead. That is also one more thing that you have to check that. And then also publication history and peer review process. You see that good journal, they go for peer review. It is very difficult to publish in good journal. They will take 1 year also time, even 2 years also. Sometimes what happens, we will submit article to a journal. It will take 1 year for peer review, and again they will reject also. But bad journal, they won't go for a peer review, so immediately they will accept. That is a bad journal actually. Publishing anything means any journal, if it is publishing anything, whatever I submit, that is a bad journal. This is how you can distinguish between good and bad journal. Then what will happen if I publish in predatory journals? It's very important. First is monetary cost of yours and institute. For example, I will put a lot of effort, and also my institute will provide a lot of resources. But if I, after doing my lot of effort and I publish a research, I perform a research, then I submit it to a predatory journals, it is a monetary loss to our institute and myself also, because we have put up a lot of resources and our efforts. That is a one more main consequences of publishing in predatory journal. Then reputation cost of your work. So for example, you have done a fairly good work, but you don't know that what is a predatory journals. You publish in predatory journal, then the reputation of your work will be very less. People will not look at, because you have published in predatory journals. Then durability is very important. For example, if you publish in predatory journals, today they are in market, tomorrow they may not be there. Your work may not be there on the website. So that durability is very important for any scientist. If today you publish, give a 2,000 rupees, after 5 years down the time, it will be not there. So durability is very important. This is one more consequence of publishing in predatory journals. And for example, some journals may index in Scopus. Initially, you may know that it is indexed in Scopus that I will publish. But if they are predatory journals, immediately they may be get delisted. That is also one more problem in predatory journals. Then retraction of or withdrawal of articles. For example, in case of predatory journals, what happens? They are fake people, so retraction rate will be there. That is also withdrawal of article is there. For example, these are the consequences of publishing in predatory journals. Then how to improve research visibility and impact. For example, I have done a research how to improve that visibility and impact. For example, first you have to create a Google profile, Google Scholar profile. It is a free. If you have Google account, you can create that one, and also you can create a ResearchGate account, and you can share your research on that, so that people will come to know that what you have done, and they can access that. And create LinkedIn account and share all these things, and Facebook. You can share research papers you have published on Facebook, then Twitter, and also institutional repository. You see that all institute will have institutional repository. It is maintained by librarian usually. If you share that also, it's good that they will you can increase the visibility. And own website, you can create your own website and you can increase the visibility of your research. And blogs and academic edu and Mendeley, you can add to Mendeley. That is also increases the visibility of your research. With this, I will show you how to find the predatory journals practically. For example, first I was talking about predatory journals. The Jeffrey Bell. Jeffrey Bell has come up with one website that is Jeffrey Bell. Come up with Jeffrey Bell. I was telling you now that he's a librarian from the USA. He has created one website. It contains a lot of predatory journals actually. 1 minute, I will show you. This is a website where you can find all the predatory journals. Okay, you see that these are the predatory publishers. You see how many predatory publishers are there. You see all are the predatory journals he listed. Okay, but you see these many predatory publishers are there. He told that also most of them, most of the researchers from India, they are land in the publishing in the predatory journals. He told that this MDPI is a major publisher. He excluded after some controversy, but he has given some information. You can go through this. You see, a lot of publishers, for example, you are going for publication, just check here any publisher, for example, just type their name, you will get their publisher. So you can come to know that he is a predatory publisher. Then again, standalone journals also you can search. For example, if you put I put India, you see so many journals from India, they are predatory. You see, like that you can search individual journals from this website also. Then Vanity Press, you see predatory publisher. This is a different kind of predatory. There people. This one Vanity Press, it told predatory journals. They say that we will follow the peer review, but Vanity Press they won't say that, but they publish. For example, these are the publisher, book publisher, Vanity. Even you see that. IGI Global is also Vanity Press, he told that, and Lambert Academy. These are the publishers, you should not trust them. Their intention is not to advance the science. Their intention is to make money out of it. And also, you see, this list is not updated actually. So you can go to this list and you can find who are the predatory journals. Okay. Then one more thing you can do is that, for example, somebody says that our journal is indexed in Scopus. Okay, Scopus. You go to scopus.com. Okay, it is a free, no need to pay. Even though you are not having subscription, you can access this. Okay, here you see this is a Scopus page. Here at the top, you see at the top sources is there. You can access. Anybody can access. Just click on that. Somebody says that ours is. Ours is a good journal. It is indexed in Scopus. You have to cross check. How? You go here. You see that. Click on sources. Then click on the title, or you can search by subject. Just click on title and put the journal where you want to publish. For example, I will put Indian like that. Whether it is predatory or not, we'll come to know that. Okay. For example, this is a journal. Okay. This is journal. You see, just click on the Indian Medicine. Indiana Medicine. Just click on that. Then you check here. You will get that information. You see this journal, Indiana Medicine. It is published from the index in Scopus from the year 1984 to 96. You see that it is not indexed right now. So, but these people, they say that it is indexed in Scopus. They will make money out of it. Okay. That's why you have to be very careful. You see, SJR is 0.14114 for the year 1999. Okay. So this is how you have to check, cross check. Go to sources and check the journal by the title. And also, so this is the one more way you can check predatory journals, verify the journal's credential, whether they are good or not. Then one more is the master list of Web of Science, master list of Web of Science. Okay. Here also somebody says that this journal is indexed in Science Citation Index. Okay. Here you can check whether it is indexed in Web of Science or not. Okay, here just type a journal name. 1 minute. What is happening in this one? Here also you can check whether this is a okay, it's not accessible by wise. Class after 15 minutes, please. You see here, you can check any journal, for example, India. I will put this word. You see all the journals, you can check whether it is indexed in what. Okay, here you see 4 databases like Science Citation Index, Social Science Citation Index, Arts and Humanities Index, Emerging Social Citation Index. Somebody says that it is our journal is indexed in Science Citation Index. Just you unclick this, then you search here. If it is coming, then you can check. You see this journal is indexed in Science Citation Index. Journal of the Geological Society of India. It is Science Citation. This is how you can cross check. But predatory journal, they say that we are indexed in Scopus, Web of Science. And for example, impact factor also, if they say you can go to journal website, they will provide. But JCR impact factor is not available. That is very difficult. And one more thing, you can do that. Think, check, submit. This website I told you, think, check, submit. This website you can go here also, think, check, submit. So if any journal they say that we are genuine, here you go here, think, check, submit, you will get checklist, then you get all the information about the predatory journals. You can cross verify, then you decide whether it is a predatory or not. These are the things you have to do. Then coming to next, Campbell, one more website is there, Campbell predatory journals. One list is there. Campbell list also is there. I think a report. Campbell report also is there. You have to go through this. You have to see that predatory journals are not. So obviously, what happens in Indian case, we this report you read, then you will get idea. Okay, Campbell's predatory reports. So what happens in Indian case, we because of lack of awareness and knowledge, in hurry to publish our research, we will publish in predatory journals. I think I covered all things. Now, if any questions is there, I will take up. Okay. Now session is open for discussion.
Sir, there is no question because audience are in live through YouTube.
Okay, okay.
That's why.
Thank you so much. I thank Sidram sir and all organizing committee for inviting me. I think I have done my work. I don't know. Thank you so much. And now it is over to you.
Thank you, sir, for this highly relevant and informative session for our research community on predatory journals, how to avoid them, and other information. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now we have completed all the sessions for the morning. Now we will break for lunch from 1 to 2 p.m. Kindly assemble back by 2 p.m. sharp for the afternoon sessions. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Welcome back to the afternoon session of this conference. Now we shall continue with our next session. Now I request Dr. Shankar SL, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, to introduce our international speaker, Professor Maria Serreta. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chitra. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, dear guests, faculty members, and dear students. It is my great pleasure and honor to introduce Professor Maria Serreta, academician, accomplished researcher, and visionary leader in the field of urban planning and heritage economics. Professor Serreta is a professor of real estate appraisal and project evaluation at the University of Naples, Federico II, Italy, one of the oldest and most prestigious university in Europe. She served in the Department of Architecture and also coordinate important academic programs, including the single cycle master degree in architecture and the master program in sustainable planning and design of port areas. She earned her PhD in 2000 from the same university, specializing in integrated conservation valuation methods for architectural, urban, and environmental heritage over the years. She has significantly contributed to the field of environmental assessment, sustainability, and the economic and social evaluation of cultural heritage. Professor Serreta is also affiliated with the Institute for Research on Innovation and Service for Development and serve as a co-editor-in-chief of the reputed international journal, and she is an active member of the International Scientific Committee on Economics of Conservation, contributing global research and policy discussion on conservation economics. Her scholarly impact is remarkable with over 140 publications, an H-index of 27, and more than 2,500 citations, reflecting her dedication to advancing sustainable urban development and heritage conservation worldwide. We are truly privileged to have such an eminent scholar with us today. Please join me in extending a warm and heartful welcome to Maria Serreta. Welcome, madam.
Thank you, Shankar sir, for your introduction. We are honored to welcome Professor Maria Serreta, University of Naples, Italy. Over to you, ma'am.
Madam, it's not audible. Please switch on your mic now. Okay.
Now, do you listen me? Do you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yeah, madam.
Yes, thank you. Really, thank you for your very kind invitation. I am particularly happy to participate to your very interesting conference. I will share my screen in order to show you some slides that could be useful for support my presentation of today. I hope that you can see my screen.
Yes, madam.
Okay, I put it here.
It's visible, madam.
Okay, thank you. Really, thank you. Taking in account the topic of your conference that is related to multidisciplinary research, and starting also from my research background, the topic of today of my presentation is related also to the sustainability transition and multidisciplinary research. Because in a context of research in which the different disciplines could be able to interplay, the sustainability topics is particularly relevant, and also the sustainability transition represent a crucial point in order to identify the different approaches and in tools useful to integrate the different knowledge in order to identify some situated strategic strategies. About this, one issue that could be particularly relevant is related to what could be the means of sustainability, and especially what are sustainability transition. What transformation could be relevant, especially if we consider the urban dimension and spatial dimension, and also what we need to understand in order to support the policies for urban and territorial sustainability transition. This means also to identify what is social innovation and in which way the role of society could be crucial to catalyze and steer sustainability transition. These different issues are, of course, related to the different kind of researchers and topics that could be faced in different sectors in order to identify the contribution of each one in a sort of collaborative process. This means also that there are some relevant issues that we have to underline. The first one is facing sustainability challenge and also to identify what are the new knowledge needs. This means to understand that we need to identify different kind of knowledge able to interplay and to identify the enabling context for sustainability transition processes. Then it's particularly important to identify the lock-ins in complex social systems. This means that we have to understand in which way the systems can be identified, but also understood, and also to define some possible strategies of integration, able to identify the different contribution of each one of the different disciplines. Another issue is related to what means socio-technical systems and how the multi-level perspective could be relevant for identify not only strategies but also policies at different levels and approaches and tools that could be able to implement the sustainability transition. Then it's important to identify the innovation, what means innovation, what is innovation at different level, and in which way innovation could be a catalyst for a systemic change. And the last one is generating values, where the reflection on values is not only related to economic values, but complex values that consider the human dimension, the social dimension, and also the environmental dimension. This means that complex values are particularly relevant and are also the driver of transformation according to sustainability transition. What are the challenges in this perspective? We have the environmental challenge, economic challenge, social challenge, cultural challenge, and human challenge. So different kind of challenge that could be related also to different knowledge needs. The first one is, of course, transdisciplinary. That is a particularly relevant challenge because it's really difficult to identify how the transdisciplinary relationship could be implemented. At the same time, it's important to develop a co-creative processes in which different kind of knowledge could be able to cooperate and identify a new context of creation where co-creation is a central point. And then we need to bring together researchers, decision makers, stakeholders, and communities in an open context that is also a way to not only to activate an interplay of different knowledge, but also a context of co-creation and co-cooperation in which it's important to work together. This means to identify new values that could be able to generate new process. So generative values is a central point. In this context, the ecosystems are socio-technical ecosystems in which the social and environmental dimension are interrelated to technical dimension. This means also to identify what are the role of technology and in which way technology, industry, policy, values, science, and market could be able to work together. At the same time, it's particularly interesting the role that the different identification of model of integration could be selected. And in this context is particularly relevant the role of the model of helix. We started from the triple helix, then the quadruple helix, and now we have also the quintuple helix, in which we, in a growing process, identify before the educational and economic political systems, then the media and culture, and then also the natural environment. And this means to identify the context of society, but also the context of natural environment for society. And in this context, the role of the interaction natural and urban environment consider academia, government, and also industry as the different pillars in which it's possible to integrate knowledge and skills, but also to cooperate with the civil society. That means also to identify new opportunities for human capital in order to work on economic, social, environmental, and cultural capital, but above all on human capital as a central point. At the same time, we need to identify what could be the process for sustainability transition, also considering the different opportunities that could be identified. And so it's particularly interesting to understand how sustainable modes of producing and consuming could be in contrast, in some way in conflict with the modes that of producing and consuming that are traditional and not sustainable. This means also that we need to promote experimentation and innovation, but also to identify the enabling context for diffusion at different level. It's particularly interesting also the identification of the multi-level perspective. That means also the identification what means the social technical transition according to the GIL identification of the process. And this means that we have considered the role of time, but also of the niche and regime and landscape in order to activate a process of change, where transformation and change are particularly relevant because they need to identify in which way we can start from small micro dimension in order to transform the process and identify systemic change, and also to identify the rules for a landscape that could be a system of rules that could be implemented in a policy process. So this means that we need to identify the innovation policies, but also the environmental goal, but at the same time the innovation in industrial context, and then the integration with the environmental and social policies, and at the same time the perspective of normalization and institutionalization. And according to the multi-level perspective, it's particularly interesting also to consider what are the references, the main authors that have been faced this topic, that start from the need to identify how transition could be managed, and also what are the challenges that the transition has to face. And this means that we consider the technological innovation systems, but also the multi-level perspective, the role of niche and especially of strategic management, and then the strategic management, but also the transition management. That means to consider the different opportunities that could be explored in situated decision-making process. In this perspective, particular importance has been related to the role of some key issue that could be explored but also faced. And this means the integration of socio-ecological systems, but also of socio-economic systems and socio-technical systems that consider different dimensions, agriculture, forestry, fisheries in socio-ecological systems, but also finance, trade, labor in socio-economic systems, and energy manufacturing mobility in socio-technical systems. At the same time, this means to identify a perspective that is of co-evolution, that is able to manage complexity and uncertainty, that is able to identify in which way it's possible to face emergencies, and also to consider that the reality in many cases is not conceived in an approach of trade-off. It is important to identify what is the gray area of decision, able to underline the importance of different point of view, and also to consider the management of possible conflict. This means also that we need to identify the safe and just space for humanity, but also the inclusive and sustainable development, where inclusivity is particularly relevant. And this means also to consider how it is possible start from different perspective that identify the need to start from equality and justice, that are two different concepts, particularly relevant in a transition process, in which equality means to give the same opportunities to starting from the different starting point. And also justice is also the opportunity to support the different condition, and also to have to identify the condition to improve the quality of life on many different realities that have a crucial point to face. And in this perspective, a particular relevant role is played by the Sustainable Development Goal. The Agenda of United Nations is a very interesting document that is a starting point, but also a goal that has been necessary to identify as a reference for a future that consider the sustainable planet not only as a vision, but a possible scenario. This means also that we have a transformation, but also the identification of time as with a crucial role that could be incremental, radical, but also transformative, and able to identify in which way could be managed the change of transformation, and also the opportunity of implementing the sustainability transition. This means also that we need to consider what is the system change, and in which way that is possible to work with the interaction of different component in a complex systems that works of interplay of a multidimensional perspective. And this means also that the sustainability transition starts from the current state, but also is able to identify a desired state. The desire is particularly important because it's the expression of intention, and is also able to guide the need of change. And this means that sustainable development goals could be a sort of framework, a normative framework, able to support the different decision-making process in a different specific context to support the sustainability transition, considering what are the enabling conditions and what are also the leverage point to produce and to accelerate. And in this perspective, the education for sustainability is particularly important in order to identify what are the skills, the competencies, the different knowledge and expertise that we need to support the sustainability transition, and also to build together the enabling condition for a different vision. So in this process, it's particularly important also the assessment and monitoring and evaluation of change, also considering some specific indicators of different type and with the different measure is particularly important to assess the change, and also verifying, considering the different impact, if the desired future could be implemented, and what are the conditions of this implementation. In this, we have to consider that we all in the world are an international network. And we need also to consider what are the possible links with the international network of scholars, of students, of professors, of teachers that are interested in sustainability transition. What are the group to consider, what are the topic to implement, but also what are the challenges that together we have to face. And in this is particularly important also the consideration about the literature on this topic. If we consider the recent publication at different level, there are many different books that face the topic of sustainability transition. And they could be used as a sort of guide, as reference to identify how in different contexts, in different realities in the world, sustainability transition is not only related to the urban transformation, but also related to peace, is also related to urban change, political change, and economic change. This means also a complex perspective that is able to transform the mindset of the people that work together and are able to identify a common perspective. Really, thank you for your attention. I hope that my message could be useful to identify together a new perspective. Also consider the opportunity that the University of Naples and your university are trying to build in order to identify some opportunities of cooperation and also some opportunity to work together in order to build the condition for manage the sustainability transition, but also to build together some opportunities of research that could be implemented in Italy, but also in your countries. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable thoughts on sustainability, transitions, and transformation. Thank you so much, ma'am. I invite Dr. Deepu BP, Department of Geography, to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Alex. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, one and all. First, I would like thanks the organizing committee members of our college for giving this opportunity. Very happy to present the guest introduction of Alex B. Alex B, IT Manager, SDM IMD, Mysuru, has 13 years of experience in IT infrastructure implementation, operations, security, and IT management. He currently serves as IT Manager and at SDMIMD, Mysuru, with over 13 years of experience in IT infrastructure, implementation, operations, cybersecurity, and systems management. He has been actively involved in strengthening institutional IT governance and enhance digital security framework within academic environments. He also a research scholar at Adi Chunchanagiri University and research focused on cybersecurity governance in higher education institutions. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. We now invite Mr. Alex, IT Manager, SDM Institute of Management Development, Mysore, to deliver his talk on cybersecurity awareness and digital hygiene, securing professional and personal digital life. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. First of all, madam, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Sure, thanks. So thank you, Dr. Deepu, for the kind introduction. So good afternoon to all the dignitaries, respected dignitaries, faculty members, and the participants who have joined virtually, and to the organizing committee of First Grade College, Pandapura. It's a pleasure to be part of this virtual conference. Over the course of this conference, we have heard insightful discussions on multidisciplinary research, innovation models, and breakthrough developments. So my perspective or the topic for today is slightly different, but it is equally important. While the innovations are driven by research, its sustainability is driven by responsible use of technology. Right? So my session focuses on cybersecurity awareness and digital hygiene, because every innovation that are created, ultimately it comes and rests in the hands of the end user with respect to the usage of their mobile devices, to laptops, to tablets, any device for that matter, right? So let me share my presentation. So could anyone please confirm the presentation visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Visible, doctor. So why cybersecurity? So today we are living in an hyper-connected digital ecosystems where our banking is online, teaching is online, right? Our social gathering is online, and we also conduct meetings online, right? So our professional life and personal life are no longer separate from the digital ecosystem, correct? So wherever there is a value, there is a risk. So when it comes to digital hygiene, it's not about the money, it's about the mental fatigue. We are overloaded with the use of technical devices, the end devices like mobiles, laptops, tablets, or even computers, and constant notifications are disturbing the users as individuals, right? Because of digital overload, we are losing our concentration and giving the permission to all the applications, or without verifying its authenticity, we are blindly accepting the agreements, or we are allowing all the access of our end devices, right? Clicking without thinking. So when the attention decreases of the end users or self, maybe, no, when the attention decreases, it opens the door for risk, correct? So cybersecurity is no longer exclusive for a certain group of professionals. It's an individual responsibility. At the same time, it's a behavioral problem as well. So, and that is why this kind of awareness and digital hygiene matters. So when it comes to our professional as well as in personal life, we use a lot of digital gadgets, right? So this particular session is going to be purely on, will not have any deep technical terminologies, or I'm not going to discuss on technical concepts. It's purely on creating self-awareness and how to use these devices effectively and efficiently. So let me start with one incident which was recently published in one of the newspapers. So last year, India records 265 million cyber attacks. How many? 265 million cyber attacks. So this was given by a global security solution provider known as Quickil Technologies, who are into security systems. So looking at these incidents, do you think our IT ecosystem or the leadership team in the organization or institutions are not aware of these kind of things? No, right? So with use of all these technological positive aspects, even though these kind of attacks or incidents are occurring. So how to mitigate this, right? Let me put it in a simple example. So look at this image. What is it? It looks like a wallet, right? So what is this wallet? So it's a physical wallet. Maybe 5 years or 6 years ago, we used to have all our personal documents like voter ID or maybe driving license, maximum few, maybe like 500 to 1000 rupees of cash, right? Let's assume if we lose this wallet, what will happen? We used to lose our cash, lose our cards, lose our maximum, we used to lose our ID cards. Next, what we used to do? Immediately, we used to block ATM as an action, correct? So because we had limited resources. Now I want you to just check about this. So now it's our mobile devices, right? So what it contains? So it contains our banking applications, UPI access, email authentication, like email log. We have already logged into our email, social media accounts, professional documents, and we also have a lot of personal memories in it. Let's assume if this particular device is stolen, then what is that we are going to lose? So it's not about the money that we are going to lose, it's the personal identity which we are going to lose. Because this particular small and L devices is having everything about our professional as well as personal details, right? So moving forward, let me simplify how these cyber attacks actually happen. So let's assume this as the cybersecurity structure and categorized into different layers. So this is layer 1 and layer 2. So here in layer 1, it is the complete IT infrastructure or technology. This is the important layer. This is the human layer or end user layer. So we'll not discuss deep in this first layer because it is having all the complete IT infrastructure related to servers, to firewalls, to antivirus, to endpoint detections and various other technologies. When it comes to the second layer, this is the important layer. So this is the important layer. So we have next thing. Sorry. So when it comes to this first layer, here it requires a lot of technical skills to break the system. But whereas here it requires only the psychological skill. So in this human layer, what is this human layer known for? This human layer is nothing but the end user like me, like you, or the employee in the organization, or a student in the education institution, or any professionals for that matter. And today, most of the cyber incidents or the attacks happen in this layer. Because of this, brings us to an important distinction, and also want to mention this is the layer where hacking happens, and this is the layer where scamming happens. So now what is hack and what is scam? Before, like, we need to know the difference between what is hacking and what is scam. Okay, so hacking is nothing but it's a technical breach of a system. Maybe it could be an enterprise level system or an individual system or related to data. For example, ransomware. When it comes to scamming, it's targeting a particular set of humans by using the advanced fraud mechanisms like phishing, UPI frauds, like etc. We have a lot of other things which, as we progress in the presentation, we'll come across a lot of other things. Okay. So in this, hacking requires skill, but as I said, scamming requires psychology. Let us quickly look at what these attacks look like in the real world scenario. So most of you might already be knowing certain things. So just for a quick, so these are the common cyber attacks that are happening, right? So out of which phishing stands first. So let's move on to the next slide, which has the top scams of India, and it's also rated in the red flags of Indian scamming zone. So these are all not theoretical risks. These are happening daily, right? Though we have sophisticated or top-end technologies and the legal system in place, these things are happening on daily basis. So let's talk about few daily scams that are happening. I'll take two out of this 6. I'll take only 2, UPI and QR scams. What is this actually? Let's assume you receive one QR code saying you scan this QR code to receive the money. But in reality, it's not to receive the money. This QR code, what you're scanning or your the process is to pay the money. This is to make a payment, not to receive. So you have to be careful while clicking this kind of or scanning this kind of QR codes. And the next would be, I'll take one example as online frauds. So I have one case which is reported in the next slide, an online fraud. So what is online fraud actually? So it might be related to offering a new jobs, or it could be related to new investments, or related to lottery scams, right? So why are these scams occurring? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So why are these scams are happening? Though we have a good technical ecosystem in place, why are these scams are happening? These are happening because of the urgency or the excitement or the fear shown by the end users, that is you and me. Right? So now let me ask you something. We know, like, by using these technologies, we have a lot of risks in place, right? So can we stop using these technology or the devices? I want you to just reflect on this. Though we know we have this kind of high risks, can we stop using these devices or these technologies? No, right? Why? So, to use the technology effectively and safely, we follow a framework called RIMA. So, we know the use of technology is having a risk. So, using this RIMA framework, we can identify the risk. First, you have to identify the risk. Second, and you have to mitigate and act accordingly. See, cybersecurity is not about stopping or make using of this technology very less. It's about controlling our emotions or behavioral aspects. I also like to give one example. Like, we do not stop driving because accidents do happen very often, right? But we follow traffic rules. Like that, we have a framework or a methodology known as RIMA. So we have to know the risk, identify the risk, and mitigate the risk, and act accordingly. Okay. So moving forward, we have a next slide coming up, a case. So this was a recent case which was reported in Times of India, in the Economic Times. See, the quarterly loss for a company like Tata Motors, it's rupees 3,486 crores. So do we think like the company or the leadership was not aware of this kind of thing? No, the technology was in place, everything was working, everything was in monitoring state. Ultimately, these, as I said earlier, these kind of incidents occur at the layer 2 of the cybersecurity structure, that is human or the end user layer. So how to mitigate that? Also, first let us see, like, the other case. This is related to the professional case, and this case related to a personal case. A woman loses rupees 1.9 lakhs in work from home scam. Right? So these are the two cases, one related to professional and one related to personal. So now let's focus on what are the common causes of end user cyber attacks. Because already you know, because of weak passwords and lot of passwords that have been reused across different accounts. Right? Just again, a small reflection. How many of you remember your mail ID password? How many of you remember your mail passwords? And is it complex? And how many of you are using the same passwords across different accounts? Just again, it's a simple reflection, right? I'll be showing a small demonstration. Like if you're using, maybe like I would say many of your systems or many of your official systems will be having password as a password, right? Or it will be a blank password, or it will be user at 123, user 123, which can be easily guessed. So let me minimize this slideshow for a minute. And share my web browser. Could anyone please confirm whether the browser is visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Visible, okay. So I was mentioning about having an easy guessable password, right? So let's say you are having a password saying PASSWORD. See, what is the time required to crack your password? It's 0 seconds. Let's assume your password is user123. What is the time required to crack your passwords? It's 0.42 seconds. Only 0.42 seconds is enough for an attacker to get into your system. If you are using the same, some of the users, what we have seen is like, they keep their first name and their date of birth as a password. Or maybe their daughter or the son or the siblings, like whoever it might be, the close relatives, which is easily guessable to using a tool where we can break the system comfortably, right? So what is the next way how to be secure? So because we are logging into multiple devices, maybe like in terms of your mobile devices to your smart TVs at home and to the devices in your workplace, right? So I want you to make note of this website, and whenever you have find time, just remember your password. With some modification or changes in the alphabets, you can check whether your password is strong or is it easily breakable, right? So this is one way around. So the next common cause would be like we have our Gmail accounts, right? How many of you are using two-factor authentication? How many of you are using multi-factor authentication? Like we have two authenticators, like you can use Google Authenticator. Go to Google App Store and you can download Google Authenticator, or even you can use Microsoft Authenticator. So actually what it does, so when we have this kind of authenticators, though we have strong passwords as the first line of defense, by using some tools, it's easily breakable, right? So these, even if your passwords are compromised, by using this kind of authenticators, you will be receiving one OTP. It's called as TOTP, temporary one-time password, which will be only be viewable in your mobile devices. So what I recommend or suggest, enable two-factor authentication in all your digital accounts. Like it could be your Facebook account, your Instagram accounts, to your email accounts. You have to enable your passwords with Google, this kind of authenticators. So let me stop this Google web browser and share my presentation again. Okay, so next, what are the other causes? So clicking unknown links. This is the common cause now. Clicking unknown links. So recently, 2 days back, I would like to relate one live case which happened with one of my close friends. His WhatsApp account got hacked, and there was a broadcast message to all the contacts saying that he is in a crisis where he needs money. So then immediately he called, and what happened? Some of them transferred the money to his account, but not to his account, to his scammer's account, right? So then it was found 3 days back he had received one link saying that your eKYC is not updated, kindly update. The moment he clicked on the link, there was one APK file which got downloaded. After getting downloaded, his WhatsApp account was hacked. Do you think it was a technical hacking or a scam? Why this happened? Because of lack of awareness or the urgency. If he was aware, if he had not clicked, this incident would not happen. So avoid clicking unknown links and do not ignore software updates. Just I want you to check, if you are using a laptop, just check when was the last Windows update was done. Not only related to Windows, it is applicable to the web browsers where you do all online banking and the antivirus software protection. Just check. This again, it's a reflection activity. Just check and make sure it's up to date. So what is the next point? Again, it's blindly granting app permissions. So what happens? Let me give one scenario, because this is again, it's let's say we click on a simple link. A simple link, while clicking a simple link, we are giving access to our location, access to our contacts, access to our personal memories, that is our storages, where our photos and the personal memories are there, and also our camera and device microphone access. Anybody remotely sitting, which if the system is breached, maybe like we are giving this permissions to a particular application or particular software or particular platform. Let's assume if their system is breached, then what is the guarantee or the safety for our data? See, all of us are using Gmail addresses, right? Any email address from that matter. Recently, very often we are seeing a lot of technical breaches, right? Have you ever tried, or have you ever seen whether your email addresses were part of that data breach? See, there's a website called haveibeenpwned.com. So just go and give your email address. Let me give my professional email address here. So there are no data breaches. For the same, let me give the same with my personal email address. Madam, could you please confirm, is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Sure, thank you. Just see what happens. So my personal account was part of 4 data breaches. See, these are the data breaches, which was where my email address got compromised. So just check, again, it's a reflection activity for you to check whether your email addresses are not in this breach list. So if your email addresses are part of this breach list, what you have to do, immediately you have to change your password, enable two-factor authentication, right? You have to enable two-factor authentication and make sure you have both the authentication enabled. So when it comes to the next, point here Do not use public Wi-Fi for banking. This is one important point. The next point is do not share OTPs. Nowadays, even the bank, even the government, even the IVRs tell not to share OTPs. Do you think like every individuals are not aware of these things? We are aware of these things, but clicking unknown links or downloading unknown documents are opening the doors for these scammers to get into our devices. Okay. So again, I'll give you one live case. There was one incident reported. One person has visited a website and clicked on a link. For 2 to 3 seconds, the mobile has got freezed and he has not used the mobile for like it was in the late night. So when morning when he woke up, he had lost 48,000 rupees within 3 hours. Neither he had shared the passwords or OTP with anyone. How? Because of the APK, the scammer was able to get the OTP and he immediately deleted it. Ultimately, the victim lost 48,000 initially and maybe another 3 to 4 hours. Again, 60,000, close to 1,08,000 rupees was stolen from his account. So again, it's panic-based decision. So what are the preventive measures that we have to take as individuals? As I said earlier, you have to have strong passwords, two-factor authentication, secure device, and you have to update your software regularly. So all these things are very much important. Important, essential. These are essentials. So when this kind of incident occurs, as an individual, what we have to do? When it happens in an education institution or an organization, first and foremost, you have to inform the IT team or the higher leadership team. Do not take any steps to solve this problem independently when it comes to the organization or institution level. When it comes to end users, if you are affected with these kind of things or your beloved ones are affected, then what to do? You can make a note of this number 1930. So India has built a strong support system to fight cyber crimes. So make a note of this number. It's a national cybercrime helpline 1930. This number is for immediate financial fraud cases. If you face any UPI related scams, OTP related scams, or any online financial frauds, you can reach out to them immediately. And the first 30 minutes are critical. There are high chances of getting the losses refunded back. Yeah, there are a lot of other cases reported where I have the one case published in Times of India. The next slide. And we also have one cybercrime.gov.in. It's a national cybercrime portal which operates 24/7. And again, like 1930, it's not about having one single language or two languages. Even they give support in regional languages, right? So you can, whenever there's a crime, anything happen, you can log a complaint. Cybercrime.gov.in can be used to log financial frauds, social media crimes, and other online crimes and other harassment. And also we have the option to track the complaint online. This is one important feature is there. Okay. See, yeah, this is the important case. See, in May, an IT engineer, sorry, 8.3 crores lost to cybercrime over a year. This was 2 years back. So with the helpline, a techie had lost 32 lakhs. With the help of 1390, he was able to get his money back. Right? So this helpline becomes very much crucial. So again, there is one more website called ceir.gv.in. Again, it's under Department of Telecommunication. If your mobile phone is stolen, you can block it centrally. So once the system, once the mobile phone is blocked, the person who has stolen, they cannot use across any networks in India. So this prevents the total misuse of the devices, right? So the other know your mobile connection in your name. So these are the other features where you can check, are there any other mobile numbers registered on their name? And there's one more option, like Chakshu report suspected fraud communication. This platform allows us to report suspicious calls or messages that are made to do any frauds that can be prevented by creating awareness, right? So with this, cyber security is not only IT responsibility, or as I mentioned earlier, it's not applicable only to the group of IT professionals. It's individual and shared responsibility. So with this, so in this digital world, threats are invisible. So in this digital world, the threats are invisible, but the decisions what we take in terms of clicking a particular link or allowing access to our devices make our decision more visible and responsible. So most cyber incidents does not happen in few seconds. Actually, these scammers analyze for the pattern of a particular person. Based on the pattern, they start targeting and attacking every individuals, right? So to conclude this session, I would say with these three topics. One, pause before doing anything. Like it's pause, think, and act. What is pause? Pause before clicking, think before sharing, act. So before clicking any link or allowing access, you have to first pause. Then before sharing any personal details or anything for that matter, before sharing it on online or in the public domains, please be vigilant. Please be careful. Please be aware. What is the content that I'm sharing? And when that kind of any incident happens, act immediately. Do not give the overtime, or don't try to solve by yourself. Reach out to the experts or your close aides for immediate response. Immediately you have to report, right? So let me stop this session with this quote: a secure digital life begins with disciplined digital habits, right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for an engaging and practical session on cybersecurity awareness. Thank you so much, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
We shall now move on to the technical sessions where our research scholars and participants will present their papers, the backbone of this conference. The technical session will be chaired by Rashmi ma'am, Asha Rani V, Dr. Ramesh MC, Mr. Syed Tajuddin, Mr. Uday Kumar MN, and Bibi Amina ma'am. So now the first paper presenter for today would be Deepa D. Over to you, ma'am.
Respected sir and all the dignitaries, I am Deepa from the Department of Economics, Assistant Professor, Government Arts, Commerce and PG College, Autonomous, Hassan. Today I am going to present the paper on the topic of a study on the implementation and progress of Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana in Karnataka. I start with the slogan of there is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women, Kofi Annan. Officially, the Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana inaugurated on 1st May 2016 by the Honorable Prime Minister at Balia district in Uttar Pradesh. The primary slogan of these initiatives is Swachh Indhan Behtar Jeevan, clean fuel, better life, captures its essence perfectly. The Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana is a government of India provided LPG provide clean cooking fuel to women from below poverty line households. The below poverty line families are identified through the socio-economics and caste census 2011 data. The primary objectives of this program is to enhance the health and welfare of women and children from substituting traditional cooking to adoption of LPG as the predominant cooking medium. Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana 2.0 launched August 10, 2021 in Mehauba district of Uttar Pradesh was inaugurated by the Prime Minister. Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana aims to extend LPG connection to the additional 1.6 crore BPL households with a particular focus on migrant workers. As of January 1, 2025, India has successfully provided LPG connection to 10 crore 33 lakh 37,695 households under the Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. The main objectives of this paper to analyze the implementation status of Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana in Karnataka, to assess the progress in LPG coverage among the beneficiaries' households, to identify the challenges faced by the beneficiaries. The study follows a descriptive research design using secondary data from officially sources such as the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana dashboard and Government of Karnataka reports. Division-wise including Bangalore, Mysore, Belgavi and Kalburgi data on LPG connections and beneficiaries coverage across major administrative division of Karnataka were analyzed using simple statistical tools like percentage and comparative analysis. The results are presented through the tables to highlight regional variations in implementation and progress. The district-wise Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana data in Karnataka shows the wide variation in LPG connection released under the Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, with the Belgaum recording the highest total connection 4.12 lakh, followed by the Raichuru 2.54 lakh, Gulbarga 2.53 lakh, Bijapur 2.14 lakh and Tumkur 2.08 lakh, reflecting stronger outreach in northern and interior district. In contrast, Kodagu shows the lowest distribution 0.18 lakh, followed by the Bangalore 0.30 lakh and Udupi 0.32 lakh, indicating limited scheme penetration in more urbanized and less poverty concentrated region. Overall, the pattern highlights greater PMUI impact in economically backward rural districts, while urban and coastal areas exhibit comparatively lower coverage. This chart explains the division-wise Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana beneficiaries in Karnataka. The PMY beneficiaries distributed across division in Karnataka shows notable regional variations when viewed alongside population size. Belgaum division records the highest number of beneficiaries, 13 crore 16 lakh 51,000, with the total population of 1 crore 47 lakh 93,174, indicating comparatively stronger scheme outreach in this largely rural region. Bangalore division, despite having the largest population, 2 crore 25 lakh 23,301, accounts for only 9,26,292 beneficiaries, suggesting relatively lower penetration. Possibly due to unurbanization, the greater across to private LPG connections, Kalburgi division reports 8,52,191 beneficiaries from population 1 crore 12,15,224, reflecting fairly effective coverage among economically weaker households, while Mysore division shows the lowest beneficiary count 6,67,566 against a population of 1 crore 25,063 1 crore 25,63,598, indicating moderate implementation. Overall, the data highlights better Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana reach in Belgaum and Kalburgi division, while Bangalore and Mysore division demonstrate scope for enhanced awareness and enrollment efforts. Here, we can explain the Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana beneficiaries in Karnataka in a percentage. Belgaum division recording the highest beneficiaries share 8.89% against a population share of 24.21%, followed by Kalburgi division with the 7.59% beneficiaries and 18.36 populations, indicating comparatively stronger scheme reach in this less urbanized region. Mysore division accounts for 5.31% beneficiaries despite holding 20.56% of the population, reflecting moderate coverage, while Bangalore division, although accommodating the largest population share 36.86%, reports the lowest beneficiaries proportion 4.11%, suggesting relatively limited Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana penetration, likely influenced by unurbanization and alternative LPG access. Overall, the data highlights better program impact in Belgaum and Kalburgi division, with the scope for improved outreach in Bangalore and Mysore. These are the some challenges faced by the Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana: high cost of LPG refills, limited awareness about refill subsidies and support mechanism, supply constraint in remote and rural areas, partial shift back to traditional fuels, lack of sustained behavioral changes communication, need for stronger awareness and outreach initiatives. These are the some suggestions for improvement the implementation of Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. Increase refill subsidies for vulnerable household to ensure sustained LPG usage. Strengthen rural distribution network to improve accessibility. Conduct regular awareness program on health and environmental benefits. Introduce alternative payment option and microcredit facilities for refills. Ensure consist district level monitoring for effective implementation and timely intervention. I would like to conclude with the Pradhana Mantri Ujjwala Yojana has significantly expanded access to clean cooking fuel and improved the socio-economic well-being of women in Karnataka. Although division analysis shows notable progress in LPG coverage, challenges such as refill affordability, supply accessibility, and sustained using persist. Strengthening subsidy support, improving rural distribution, and enhancing awareness initiatives are essential to ensure long-term energy equity and women's empowerment across the state. Thank you all for giving wonderful opportunity to present the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks to Deepa D, Assistant Professor of Economics, Government Arts College, Hassan. Now the next presenter is Shyam Sundar. Over to you, sir.
Namaste, my name is Dr. B. Shyam Sundar, Associate Professor of Commerce, Government Federal College, Ullalli, Nanjangud Taluk. And today I am pleased to present our research paper titled Analyzing the Structural Factors and policy interventions shaping the sugar industry in Karnataka. This study was co-authored by Dr. K.P. Venkatesh Gowda, Government First Grade College, Melukote. We set out to investigate the economic friction between the two most vital pillars of this sector, the growers who produce the cane and the millers who process it. Introduction. The sugar industry in India is currently in a state of turmoil. When it is a massive contributor to our national economy, the government is essentially walking a tightrope, trying to keep both growers and millers satisfied. Two constituencies whose interests often appear to be in direct conflict. At the heart of this struggle is a sense of deep-seated unhappiness. Growers feel the prices do not cover cultivation costs, while millers argue that state-mandated prices make their operations completely unavailable. As part of the statement of the problem, this leads us to a significant economic paradox. While states like Karnataka and Maharashtra have high sugar recovery rates, the pricing frameworks often create a dual-sided crisis. For the 2024-25 season, we have seen intense farmer protests in North Karnataka, leading to state interventions to fix prices. Currently, growers are receiving lower returns for high-quality crops, while millers face severe liquidity strain. Our study seeks to bridge the gap between these disparate interests by identifying the specific structural factors and policy interventions needed to stabilize the sector. It is a descriptive study which a fact-finding investigation involving interpretation of primary data collected via structured interview schedules, simple random sampling of 10 millers and 50 sugarcane growers from Mandya and Mysore districts, and chi-square non-parametric tests applied via MS Excel to analyze associations between qualitative policy factors. When we look at the data from our respondents, the consensus is striking. For the sugar millers, there was a 100% agreement that the cyclical downturn in sugar prices is the primary threat to their operations. Interestingly, while both groups prioritize pricing reforms, 100% of the sugarcane growers specifically pointed to the non-completion of these reforms as the root cause of their financial instability. This tells us that both sides of the supply chain recognize that the current administrative measures are a stopgap rather than a solution. Both groups also highlighted the stagnation of the ethanol market and a lack of incentives for raw sugar as significant barriers to growth. To dive deeper into the variables, we tested two hypotheses using chi-square analysis. We looked for a statistical association between industry fortunes and factors like incentivization and the abolition of purchase tax. While these measures are mainly popular, with 98% of samples supporting tax abolition, the statistical results led us to accept the null hypothesis in both cases. This does not mean these factors are unimportant. Rather, it indicates that the industry's state of morass is so deeply structural that no single fiscal relief measure can be viewed as an independent driver of growth. The issues are interconnected and require a holistic policy shift. Recommendations for the policy reform. Based on these findings, our primary recommendation is the immediate adoption of a revenue-linked formula for sugarcane pricing. This would move us away from the current system of arbitrary state-advised prices, which we have seen can differ significantly from the union government's fair and remunerative price, and toward a model where the risk and reward are shared. We also urge the government to liberalize raw sugar exports by moderating the supply of white sugar in the domestic market through targeted exports. We can create a natural rise in domestic prices, reducing the need for ill-advised subsidies and building a more resilient, market-driven ecosystem. We can focus bioelectricity, bio-CNG and biomanure production to align with 2030 sustainability goals. To conclude, our study underscores that the sugar industry in Karnataka is not facing insurmountable problems, but rather the fallout of administrative dilly-dallying. This state of morass the industry finds itself in is a direct consequence of incomplete pricing reforms. By completing these reforms and transitioning to a revenue-linked formula, we can finally put a stop to the recriminations and arbitrariness that have characterized the sector for too long. It is time to move beyond stopgap subsidies and create a balanced ecosystem that secures the livelihoods of our farmers while ensuring the operational viability of our mills. The sugar industry remains a vital pillar of Karnataka's agriculture and industrial landscape. We hope this research contributes to a more informed policy dialogue, one that prioritizes strategic, long-term stability over short-term political fixes. Thank you all for your time and attention, and thank you Government First Grade College Pandavapura for giving me an opportunity to present my paper in this platform. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Shyam Sundar sir, Associate Professor of Commerce, GFGC Pulhalli. So the next paper presenter is Tilak Madan sir. Over to you, sir.
Respected all, I, Ms. Tilaka, Assistant Professor of Law, Keli Law College, Bengaluru. Myself and the author, Dr. M.K. Matoli, Principal of Government Law College, Narsipura, have written a paper on the topic for this international conference. The paper titled Artificial Intelligence, Governance and Democracy, a multi-dimensional analysis of societal dynamics in the digital era. So in this paper, we primarily focused upon the concept which deals with artificial intelligence and the democracy. The center theme of this research paper shows that intricate correlation between the democracy and the assimilation of these digital technologies, with a specific focus on the artificial intelligence. As we all know that when the technology has historically been used to make a government more transparent and be more accountable and also representative, the artificial intelligence presents a unique challenge that could jeopardize a democratic stability and as well as human freedom also. So here we try to argue that while artificial intelligence offers opportunities to enhance a citizen-politician communication, it also carries a significant threat such as information manipulation, cyber attack, and the rise of autocratic tendencies, which even within established democratic countries also. So let me take you to the conceptual framework of this concept. The 4 level, we can see the impact at the 4 level. Okay, so first level is that individual level. The individual level, it focuses on self-rule and also the capacity of individuals to exercise autonomy. The second level is that group level. In this group level, it examines how artificial intelligence affects the equality rights, because we know that when we see the Constitution of India, we can see that harmonious reconciliation of the rights and also individual rights. Then at the institutional level, the third level, it analyzes the perception of elections as transparent and equitable processes, which will help to resolve the political disputes. Fourth level is that system level. It means that the consider competition between democratic and autocratic governance. Hence, this multifaceted or multidimensional approach highlights that artificial intelligence is not just a tool for efficiency, but a force that can reshape the very foundations of this societal dynamics. Let me take you quickly to historical evolution and technological resilience. Here in this paper, we traced this into early democracy when we traced that in Athens, collective decision making was facilitated by tangible material tools, wherein by using bronze disc for voting and notice boards, which ensured an impersonal and we can see participatory government. But when we look into the modern democracy, which was developed in Europe and the United States, this model struggles with a distant state and potential executive outreach when you can see that large territories and complex or complicated bureaucracies. So let me take you to this public perception and the risk of artificial intelligence. Here we refer to a German survey as a case study to indicate that citizens are generally reluctant to accept artificial intelligence in government, particularly for high-level political decisions or it may be elections. There is, however, more support for using AI in routine administrative tasks. So here we identified certain risks in the digital era. First one is that manipulation of the public sphere. Here, digital media, often shaped by private interest seeking clicks and virality, it can create an echo chamber, it can duplicate, it can manipulate and facilitate the spread of deep fakes, which is one of the main problem, and also intentionalize and undermines the social trust or societal trust. Next, surveillance capitalism. A large tech companies practice what is called surveillance capitalism, where data collection is used. It will be modified and extract profit. So we can see concentration of instrumentarium power here. Third one is that power maintenance. Here we can see that it serves as a primary example when we observe the Chinese social credit system, where AI can be used by autocratic regimes to maintain control and monitor populations. Let's have a look into this legal norms or legal framework, that protection by design. Here in this paper, we emphasize that current international legal framework are often insufficient to address AI-specific threats. It highlights the importance of the GDPR, means that General Data Protection Regulation, and its concept legal protection by design. So in this context of education and governance, here we argue for that data protection impact assessments, DPIAS, to identify hazards before technology is implemented, so that we can frame certain criteria to avoid the misuse of the technology. So that here we stress that legal actions, government regulations and public monitoring is essential to protect fundamental rights, especially like privacy, freedom, liberty and non-discrimination. So we can also refer to the black box algorithm. So here in this context, we would like to conclude our presentation, and this in the light of this topic AI and democracy. The intersection of artificial intelligence and democracy is a complex scene which requires a vigilant governance. We are not arguing that AI is not helpful, but we have to make sure that it must be used in such a way their threat should not be more. While artificial intelligence can improve citizen services and communication, but it must be carefully aligned with the democratic principles to prevent the rise of autocratic tendencies. So, the ultimate goal is to ensure that technology advances democratic objectives rather than undermining them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tilaka Madan, madam, research scholar, for your presentation. Next, we have Nandan, research scholar, Department of English, Tumkur University, for the presentation.
From Department of Studies and Research in English, Tumkur University, Tumkur. In this special occasion, I would like to present a paper on spiritual individualism and social awareness in the Vachanas of Basava and Allama. This paper looks into the complex connection between spiritual individualism and social awareness as shown in the Vachana writings of two key figures from the 12th century Sharana movement in Karnataka, Basava and Allama Prabhu. Most existing research has mainly focused on the social reform aspects of the Vachanas or their devotional qualities, but this study suggests that the Vachanas present a unique way of thinking. In this view, a strong focus on personal, direct, mystical experience serves as the base for a strong critique of social structures and a vision of an equal community. By closely looking at selected Vachanas, the paper shows that while both Basava and Allama Prabhu share this common approach, they each follow different paths within it. Basava's poetry shows a way of thinking that tries to turn spiritual understanding into real social change, especially through the Allama Anubhava Mantapa, and promotes a sense of shared responsibility through the idea of Kayakave Kailasa, work is heaven. On the other hand, Allama Prabhu's Vachanas are mysterious and full of contradictions, challenging all social and language-based categories from the perspectives of non-dual awareness, Shunya, with the main goal of destroying the ego self as a necessary step for real social change. By comparing these two poets, the paper highlights the dynamic relationship between the spiritual and the social that is central of the Vachana movement, giving a deeper understanding of its lasting influence on Indian literature and social ideas. In the 12th century, the Karnataka region of the South India saw a lot of existing spiritual and social change. A movement called the Sharana movement started in the city of Kalyana, centered around a man named Basava. This movement centered a body of writings that are very special because they mix deep spiritual feelings with strong social ideas. These writings are called Vachanas, which means what is said. They are short poetic pieces written in the Kannada language. They express the spiritual feelings and social thoughts of a group of people called Sharanas, who came from all levels of society, including those who were often ignored and many women. Among the many poets who wrote Vachanas, two stand out: Basava, who started and inspired the movement, and Allama Prabhu, who was the spiritual leader and main teacher of the Anubhava Mantapa, or the Hall of Spiritual Experience. Scholars have often looked at these poets separately. Basava is mostly seen as a social reformer who helped create a kind of early democratic group and stood against the caste system. Allama is usually viewed as a great mystic, with his verses seen as deep spiritual insights. But this paper argues that looking at them separately misses the bigger picture of the movement and doesn't fully show what each poet contributed. The main idea of this paper is that both Basava and Allama shared a similar view of spiritual individualism. This means that the most important religious truth comes from personal, direct experience of the divine, not from religious books, priests, or rituals. This view supports a deep understanding of social issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandan sir, for your presentation. Next, we have Nagaveni ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Morning, madam. My name is Nagaveni Bhimaraya, Research Scholars, Gulbarga Vishwavidyalaya. My topic is well-being, psychology, development. Introduction. Mental health and oral well-being have become a central creature recently yearly in the face of increased trust, fast lifestyle, and growing mental health demanding personally lifestyle. On modern lifestyle become more demanding, the role of yoga inner balance of promoting sense of become more when mental health person of yoga motivations the yoga benefits of yoga. First one, yoga is the sessions of mental activities. Yoga names sense of mental activity Patanjali Mahamudi. Second, depends. Yoga is nothing but past experience of life. It is the past woman science Swami Vivekananda. Yoga meditations. Yogena chittesha padena vacham malam shariram. Yoga is light. Yoga is beautiful lights. Yoga objectives of the well-beginning developments. Yoga celebrated on December 11, 2014. The United Nations decide the June 21 International Yoga Day. International Yoga Day is celebrated every year with theme 2015. June 21 is the Yoga of Karka Sankranti, on which the day is the longest in the hemispheres. Day when the day is longest in the hemispheres has been to be celebrated Yoga Day. First, 2015, New Delhi Yoga for Harmony. 2025, Srinagar, One Earth, One Heart Yoga. 11 reasons to practice yoga every day. First one of the reasons to practice yoga in the first place is for well-being and health. Yoga for health. 10 events to 2025 Yoga Day of Yoga celebration. This yearly yoga for all activities include 10 and major events, making the 11 of the goals events. First of all, first one events Yoga Sangama, Yoga Bandhana, Yoga Park, Yoga Samavesha, Yoga Connective, Harat Yoga, Yoga Unflamed, Yoga Mahakumbha, Yoga Sayogam 10 events. Yoga 2025 celebrated events. First, Yoga Policy New Uttarakhand. On the International Yoga Day, Chief Minister Pushkar Singh officier related the state first yoga policy Bharara Summer Uttarakhand have well developed the goal capital of yoga and wellness, highest of the new yoga policy. Order the new yoga policy subsidy of 20 lakh well of related of yoga 10 lakh Aisha Health and Wellness March 2025 new yoga central will be developed. The started 2013 yoga celebrated. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Nagamini ma'am, for your presentation. Next, we have Dr. Ramesh sir for the presentation. Over to you, sir.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Myself Dr. Ramesh N, Assistant Director of Physical Education and Sports, working in Government Engineering College, Kushalnagar. Today in this seminar I am going to present a paper on relationship of selected and anthropometric variables to skill performance of VTU male badminton players. Now let's go for abstract. The purpose of the study was to evaluate the relationship between anthropometric variables and the skill performance of badminton players, for which 85 male intercollegiate of VTU in Karnataka state were selected as a subject for this study. Having age ranged from 18 to 25 years, the following anthropometric measurements: height, weight, arm length, leg length, and arm span. Result relationship between anthropometric variables and skill variables were analyzed using the Pearson product moment correlation. The following results were observed. Most of the correlation coefficient observed between anthropometric and skill performance variable were found to be non-significant. Arm span was found to significantly and positively relate to all the skill performance variables. Introduction. In game and sports, different factors play a significant role in determining the performance level. However, great importance is assigned to biomechanical, psychological, physiological parameters in competitive sports. The study of human physical measurement dealt with another science which is called anthropometric. Current interest in anthropometric measurements focused on three areas such as growth, measurement of body, and body composition. The uses of such abilities measure include classification, prediction of growth pattern, and prediction of success in motor abilities, as well as assessment of obesity. The measurement of the structure and proportion of the body is called anthropometric. Measurement of body and size, such descriptive information as height, weight, and surface area, while measurement of body proportion describes the relationship between height and weight and among length, width, and circumference of various body segments. It has been found that top athletes in some sports tend to have those proportions that biomechanically aid the particular performance required. Debunt and Bava write the sport performance in various games and sports are influenced by many factors such as physical, physiological, technical abilities, physique, body size, body composition, etc. Physique and body composition are the basic performance determining factors and play an important role in obtaining best performance. Similar findings have been obtained when junior elite, and junior elite and sub-elite rugby league players were compared for height and mass. Although there were studies that investigated anthropometric profile of badminton players, anthropometric profile of elite athletes provide insight into the requirement of competing at a top level in particular sports. Previous reports have shown that body structure and morphological characteristics are important determinants of performance in many sports, and criterion physical impressions such as body composition, in the sense body fat, body mass, muscle mass, and physics, somatotype, can significantly influence athletic performance. Carter. The findings from these studies suggested a generally higher sports profile across the range of measures, including anthropometric characteristics. Different kinds of physique, body size, and body compositions are suitable for different sports disciplines. Objectives of the study: to assess the relationship between anthropometric variables to skill performance of VTU male badminton players. Hypothesis of this study: there is no significant relationship between anthropometric variables and skill performance of VTU male badminton players. Methodology: the present research was taken the male subjects for study. The sources of data would be made from those who are participated in interzone badminton players of VTU in Karnataka state. Selection of variables for the study. The table below shows the selected anthropometric variables, test and criteria. The following variables were taken: height, weight, arm length, leg length, and arm span. This table shows the selected badminton skills, test and criterion measures. Service, French short service, Poulet long service test was the cleared shots, Poulet backhand clear shots, Poulet forehand clear shots. Volley, Lacroix Max Pearson badminton volley test was used. Smash, Higgs smash test was used. Footwork, Higgs footwork test was used. Statistical analysis. After obtaining the data, the below mentioned statistical techniques, descriptive statistics, Pearson product, moment coefficient, correlation, and regressions were used to analyze and interpret the data. The table shows the result of the study. When relationship between anthropometric variables and skill variables was analyzed using Pearson product moment correlation. From the table, it is clear that height as an anthropometric variable correlated significantly and positively with the smash skills. More was the height, more was the smash skills, and vice versa. However, the rest of the skill performance variables did not correlate with the height. In the case of weight, we find a positive relationship between weight and volley test scores. Arm length was found to be significantly and positively correlated with the smash scores. Higher the arm length, more was the smash scores. In the case of leg length also, we found a significant and positive relationship with the smash scores. However, arm span was found to significantly and positively relate to all the skills performance variables. The obtained correlation between arm span and short service and so on. So, the more the arm length, more was the individual skills and total skills. Rest of the correlation coefficient obtained between anthropometric variables and skill performance variables were found to be non-significant. Conclusion of the study. The researcher concludes that on the basis of above results, that anthropometric variables are integral part of all sports. Badminton players demand more fitness, especially in elite competition. The present study reveals the same as anthropometric variables have strong relationship with various skills. Performance of badminton players and skill play a major role in badminton. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh sir, for your presentation. The next paper presenter is Yashaswini ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Everyone, myself Yashaswini, yes, Assistant Professor of Commerce, Department of Postgraduation, SAC College, Nagamangala. Today I am going to present our research title, The Impact of Multidisciplinary Approach on Innovation and Adoption, an empirical study in Mandya district. This study was conducted to understand how integrating knowledge from different disciplines, improving innovation and adoption of new technology and practices at district level. Introduction. In today's fast-changing world, innovation and adoptions of new technology are very important for economic growth and sustainable development. A single discipline approach are often not enough to solve complex problems. Therefore, multidisciplinary approach which combine knowledge, skill, and perspectives from different fields are become essential. In semi-urban districts like Mandya, innovation adopt play an important role in improving agriculture, SMEs, education, and service sectors. However, there is a limited empirical evidence at the district level, hence this field was conducted. Statement of the problem. Even though policies encourages interdisciplinary collaboration, we still do not clearly know whether multidisciplinary approaches truly enhance innovation outcomes. However, they influence the rate of adoption. What factors affect these relationships at the district level? So our studies aims to examine the impact of multidisciplinary approaches on innovation and adoption outcome in Mandya district. Objectives of our studies. The main objective of our studies is to examine the impact of multidisciplinary approaches on innovation and adoption. And then to evaluate the relationship between collaboration and innovation outcomes, then to analyze how innovation influences adoption, and to identify moderating factors such as organizational support and policy awareness. Research methodology. The study used a descriptive and analytical research designs. Data was collected through a structured questionnaires. A total of 187 respondent participants. Convenience sampling technique was used. A 5-point Likert scale was applied. Descriptive statistical like mean, median, mode, and standard deviation used for our analysis. Key findings of our research. Knowledge diversity. The mean value was 4.12, which indicates a strong agreement that multidisciplinary teams integrated diverse knowledge effectively. Next, skill integrations. With a mean of 4.08, respondents agreed that skill from different disciplines are well integrated. Next, innovation output. The mean was 4.01, showing that multidisciplinary approaches positively influence innovation outcomes. Next, technology adoption. The mean value of 3.92 suggested that innovation lead to adoption of new technologies. Next, organizational supports. The mean was slightly lower at 3.78, indicating a need for stronger managerial and institutional supports. Next, policy awareness and training. Mean value of a 3.83 shows moderate awareness, highlights the importance of standard training programs. Standard training programs. Overall, the study confirmed that multidisciplinary collaborations enhance innovation and innovation mediate adoptions. Then suggestions. Based on the findings, we recommended strengthening cross-sector collaboration, enhancing organizational support, and allocating sufficient resources, conducting awareness and training programs, monitoring and evaluating innovation outcomes regularly, promoting shareholders and community engagements. As part of conclusion, the study clearly showed that multidisciplinary approaches significantly improve innovation and adoption outcome in Mandya district. However, factors like organizational support, policy awareness, and resources availability influence the effectiveness of their approaches. By strengthening collaboration, training, and institutional support, semi-urban districts like Mandya can enhance social economic development and serves as a model for other regions.
Thank you, Yashaswini ma'am. Next paper presenter is Pratap K. Sir, over to you, sir.
I am Pratap K, Assistant Professor, BCS College of Physical Education, Adichunchanagiri, Mahasamsthan Anamata, Adichunchanagiri. Today's multidisciplinary international conference, Government First Aid College, Pandapura, Department of Physical Education. My topic is effect of post-training limbering down section on flexibility and explosive power among the physical education trainees. Physical fitness fundamental of effective participation in sports and physical education programs clearly related to health, performance and injury prevention. A training session include warm-up, main activity and recovery pause. All warm-up has been studied the recovery pause. Now limbering down or cool down. Flexibility and explosive power key components of physical performance, movement and effective and ability and generate the focus quickly. Objective of studies to determine the effective sports training, limbering down and flexibility, to determine the effective of sports training, limbering down and explosive power. Hypothesis: there will be significant improvement of flexibility to limbering down. There will be a significant improvement in explosive power due to limbering down. Methodology: experimental group 40 members and control group 40 members. pre-test and post-test. 28 undergraduate male physical education trainees aged 20 to 25 years selected from Kuompu University. Subject were random selected. Experimental group 40 and control group 14. Variables, independent variables, 6-week limbering down programs. Dependent variables, flexibility and explosive power. Test and measurement, flexibility test, sit and read test, unit centimeter, and variable 2, explosive power test, running long jump test, measurement at the unit measurement centimeter. A flexibility sit and reach table show a experimental group determining in the statistical significant improvements of the flexibility after the 6 weeks of structured the limbering down training. The mean score increased from 13.52 centimeter to 14.890 centimeter, include the improve the giant range of motion and muscles. Next, explosive power, mean standard deviation and d-value explosive power running long jump test. Control group pre-test 40 members, mean 4.217, standard deviation 0.291, t-value minus 0.705. Control group post training 40 members, mean 3.967, standard deviation 0.
Thank you, Pratap sir, for your presentation. Our next paper presenter is Dr. Ravi Kiran. Over to you, sir.
Very good, warm welcome and good morning to today's international conference. And my name is Dr. Ravi Kiran, Associate Professor of Commerce, Residential, Government First Grade College, Gangavati. Would like to present my paper titled A Comparative Study of the Price Hike of Two Essentials Commodities that are petrol and gold for the past 10 years. Abstract. Petrol and gold rates in India are always changing due to inflation rates, and gold and crude oil imports always affect the balance of payments of our country. So the article wants to know whether they are both related by the using statistical tools like correlation and regression with a hypothesis based on last 10 years data of prices. Let us discuss the paper. As you all know, gold and petrol are major imports. Notice in the current account of the Indian people are mad about gold, and even though it is not an advised investments of petrol investments. In gold as an ornaments that are still have their priority, approximately 1,341 kilos of gold are anticipated to be produced in India during the fiscal year 2023-24. Compared to the 1,742 kg of produced in 2019-20, this is a drop. Petrol is the second commodity after gold to be imported, as it is extracted from crude oil. It is also called gasoline or motor spirit. So our research will focus on the relationship between price hikes of the petrol and gold related to inflation. And there are the few of literature review I borrowed from the different research papers and few of the literature review. And this analysis mainly focus on the gold demand in India. There are so many aspects of the continuously focus on the statement. And my paper statement of the problem, literature review suggests that India has been importing gold as well as petrol over the decades from the post period of independence. Both the commodities have been creating demand, and both are having the great impact on the current accounts as we want to study what is the interaction between the gold and petrol when it comes to price hikes over the years. We hereby decide commerce relation and regression analysis by the commencing such a tests. We want to find the evidence of the price like a relationship of both the commodities. The main objectives of my paper is to collect the prices of the gold and petrol for the past 10 years. A second one, to commence the regression and correlation analysis. Third, to provide suggestions for the decreasing imports of gold and petrol, and need for the study. The need of the study is to understand the relationships of the price hikes between the gold and the petrol, that are commodities being crucial in the current account deficit. The need of the study is to gain practical knowledge, know the commodities of different inflation in the long run. And third objective, the need is to provide better suggestions where alternate investments in gold and purchase of electric vehicles may reduce the imports. And the scope of the study, it has a good scope that can be useful for academicians and economists. Second one, it is useful for students who can perform PhD in their near future. Third one, it is also useful for the investors who have invested in gold prices, should come to know about the disadvantage in investing gold. And there are the few of the limitations. The limitations are the limited price hikes are petrol and gold. The study is limited to the data used in about 10 years for the prices of the variations, and study is limited to the statistical tools of that are the very correlation regression, and there are the different data analysis table gold and petrol prices from the long of 2016 and up to the 2025 gold and petrol prices. And also I have taken there are a few of the correlation and regression analysis and linear regression conducted by the value of the tables also. And also here the few of the findings and suggestions and conclusions. Findings. The regression and correlation both support the claim that the price of the hikes are having a perfect relationship. Second one, gold and petrol are commodities which vary in the demand and supply always. And third, statistical tools provide evidence that gradually over the years of the cause of the inflation and supported by the gold price. And next one, they have a major share in current account deficit of our country. And fifth one, gold as investments and cultural material as increase in demand in India. And suggestions. Number one, gold as an investment can be supported by the gold ETFs, that is avoiding physical guide. Second one, electric vehicles are in demand at present. Nowadays, stop pollution, it is better to adapt to change in the different reduce for the import of the petroleum products. And say the third one, to providing the subsidies to electrical vehicles, subsidy especially for the two-wheelers and the reduced petrol vehicles. And I conclude my paper. The main objective of our project was to study and paper a relationship of price hikes of the gold and petrol prices. Hence, by commencing regression as well as the correlation, the project has been provided evidences the hike prices over the years due to the inflation of the as well as so both the commodities do not have constant demand and supply, but inflation that is caused by war, pandemic, diseases and other reasons. And thank you for the opportunity to given to discuss regarding this paper. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Kiransa, for your presentation. Our next paper presenter is Naveen Kumar, sir. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Naveen Kumar ST, Associate Professor of Economics, Government Fishery College, Elanka, Bangalore. Today I am going to present a research article on topic Determinants of Financial Inclusion among Rural Households, the role of financial literacy, inclusive product features, and financial advisors. The current research will be an investigation into the determinants of financial inclusion in rural household, with a special focus on the financial literacy and awareness level, inclusive product characteristics, and the place of financial advisors. The paper also measures the effects of these factors on the use of normal financial system. The explanatory research design was employed and 100 respondents were taken as the primary data using a structured questionnaire measured on a 5-point Likert scale. The data was analyzed through descriptive statistics, reliability analysis, and multiple regression analysis to determine the relationship between the independent variable and the financial inclusion. The results indicate that inclusive product features and financial advisors can strongly affect financial inclusion, but financially literacy and awareness is not statistically significant and affects inclusion in the regression model. The finding point to the fact that the product affordability, security, suitability, and advisory support are more directly related to promoting inclusion than is knowledge. The research resolves that inclusive financial products design and increased advisory support mechanisms are essential in enhancing the result of financial inclusion. The policymakers and financial institutions need to pay attention to include measures of trust building and customer oriented product strategies to increase inclusion in rural settings. Financial inclusion is crucially towards making sure the society enjoys equitable access to financial resources and opportunities. Poverty and lack of economic prospects have been persistent in rural areas, so households have no means of attaining sustainable and better lives. Financial inclusion facilitates economic inclusion, social mobility, and poverty alleviation by allowing people to have access to important financial services like savings, credit, insurance, and pension products. It has a direct impact on enhancing living standards, social integration, and enhancing more developmental outcomes. Having realized its significance, the World Bank emphasized that financial inclusion has a great impact on the fulfillment of several sustainable development goals, which are the elimination of poverty, food security, health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, economic growth, and sustainable industrial development. This has led to the emergence of financial inclusion and poverty alleviation being major topics of research in development. There is close interrelations between economic behavior and financial inclusion, whereas economic behavior includes savings, spending, investments, and decision of long-term financial planning. Financial inclusion is the assurance that individuals are able to access the formal financial system so that they can make informed choices in the areas of their economic. The access is not necessarily followed by desirable economic outcomes. The socio-economic conditions, mental accounting practices, socialization of household into financial behavior, level of awareness, and institutional trust contribute towards household financial behavior. Research indicates that financial inclusion enhancing the capacity of household to deal with risk, react the climate uncertainties, resource management, and improvement of socio-economic status in rural India. Inclusive financial development is also sustained through enhanced access to banking services in the form of bank branches, automated teller machines, business correspondents, and mobile banking services. Institutional system of financial access have also been reinforced through government programs such as Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, the Aadhaar integration, Mudra scheme, and others. Although the financial infrastructure is getting better, the motivation of inclusive financial behavior in rural India is not well studied. Previous literature has paid more attention to the supply side aspects such as supply of services, whereas there is not much information on the demand side considering. Such aspects like financial literacy, awareness, socio-demographic variables, and role of financial advisors. In rural households, the use of intermediaries like financial advisors, banking correspondents is very common. And through these trusted intermediaries, rural household can enjoy the services of formal service provider and make financial decisions. Their advice will be able to influence the savings behavior, investment preferences, and the general economic decision making procedures. However, their influence on financial inclusion ecosystem also needs certain empirical study. Moreover, the poor rates of financial literacy, especially in rural communities, women and low-income groups still remain a serious problem. Inclusive savings behavior and fortification of advisory mechanisms can facilitate the improvement of national savings and economic stability. Consequently, it is important to look at the relationship between financial inclusion, advisory influence, and socio-economic factors to formulate effective policies that can lead to sustainable and inclusive growth in rural India. Review of literature, the position of study within the existing body of knowledge and identify theoretical as well as empirical gaps. Comprehensive review of literature is undertaking. The review synthesized prior research on financial literacy, inclusive product design, and the role of financial advisors in financing inclusion. This structured analysis provides conceptual clarity and establishes the foundation of hypothesis development. According to Grave Fatha, value for money, quality of services, brand identity, product knowledge were among the significant factor of financial decision making. Hypothesis: financial literacy and awareness have a significant positive impact on financial inclusion of rural households. Inclusive product features positively influence financial inclusion by aligning with rural households' financial objectives. One more, financial advisors significantly contribute to the financial inclusion process in rural India. Financially advisors positively moderate the relationship between product features, financial literacy, and financial inclusions. Research methodology. To achieve the research objectives, a conceptual model was developed to examine the influence of financial literacy and awareness, inclusive product features, and financial advisors on financial inclusion among rural households, along with assessing the role of financial advisors in shaping economic behavior. Data analysis and interpretation. The descriptive statistics shows that mean value of all the constructs is between 2.97 and 3.06 on 5-point Likert scale, indicating that respondents are moderately in agreement. The greatest mean was given to inclusive product features, 3.06, suggesting that the respondent find the product features of affordability, suitability, and security as relatively important to financial inclusion. Conclusion. According to the results of regression analysis, inclusive product features and financial advisors have a strong role in encouraging financial inclusion amongst the respondents. The two variables
showed positive and statistically significant effect, which indicate that product affordability, suitability, security, and advisory support are significant drives of inclusion. The findings indicate that where financial products are tailored to the requirement of rural households and where formal financial systems. Conversely, financial literacy and awareness had a positive relationship but was not significantly significant, which means that knowledge without structure and advisory support might not be key to financial inclusion. Over the model has sufficient explanatory power of a medium level of variance financial inclusion, which could imply that the identified predictors are not the only ones, but other socio-economic or institutional factors can also account for the inclusion outcomes. There is no multicollinearity which proves the strength of regression outcomes and the independent effects of each variable. The research conclude the establishing the improving inclusion in product design and better position of financial advisors are some of the effective strategies that can be applied to enhance the aspects of financial inclusion, particularly in emerging and rural settings. The next set research might include a number of variables and more extensive samples to increase the explanatory power of the model. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Naveen Kumar sir. The next paper presenter is Dr. Shivraju. Over to you, sir.
Organizers, delegates, and participants. It is my great pleasure to the present paper on this international event. My presentation is on the significant role of innovation in economics with special reference to area of economic development. Myself, Dr. Sivaraju, Associate Professor of Economics, Department of Postgraduate Studies in Economics, Government First Grade College for Women, Vadanesipura, Assam District. At the outset, I am go through the abstract of the paper. The present paper is made an attempt to analyze and critical evaluation of the role of the innovation in economics, because the economics is a subject of a social science which dealing with the behavior of people, business and government, and which try to satisfy the essential needs with available scarce resources. In economics, another major problem is allocating available resources at optimum level in different sectors like consumption, production, storing and distribution activities. In all the areas or activities of economics, major requirement is an advancement in their operation and improve the value. So the innovation is a crucial in the efficient operation of all economic activities, because the innovation today plays a dynamic role in bringing a novelty in everything, in improving competitiveness in market operation, enhance productivity, efficiency in resource utilization, and quality in human resource, etc. To have a prosperous society, innovation in all economic activities is a very paramount phenomenon, especially in the area of economic development or economic growth, by improve level of production, employment, and also enhance level of income to have standard of living of people, etc. So, in this background, the present paper is aimed to evaluate and analyze the relationship between innovation and economic development. The major keywords used in the paper: economics, innovation, economic development, productivity, market, and efficiency. Dear participants, in the introduction part, the economics is not only the social science but also it is a dynamic subject which deals with how people, business, governments, and societies make choices about using scarce resources, not only to produce goods and services but also distribute and consume goods and services, balancing unlimited wants with limited means. It is fundamentally analyzing about scarcity and choice and deals with how resources are allocated for maximum benefit and exploring concept from individual decision to national economies. In economics, particularly in the area of economic development, innovation is crucial as it drives growth by boosting productivity, creating new markets and jobs, enhancing competitiveness, and solving societal problems, moving economies behind mere capital accumulation to sustain development through new technologies, processes, and business models. It fuels long term prosperity by increasing efficiency, generating new wealth, and improving living standards through new products and solutions, essentially acting as the engine for sustained prosperity, for fostering efficiency, and opening new market. Economics is really transforms by enabling more output with fewer resources, sparking entrepreneurship and solving societal challenges, making continuous investment in new ideas vital for remaining competitive globally. The present paper is made an attempt to analyze and critical evaluation of the role of the innovation in economics because the economics is a subject of social science which deals with the behavior of people, behavior of businesses and government, and also which aim to satisfy the essential needs with available scarce resources. The present paper aims to, that means to say, objective of the paper, the critical evaluation of the role of innovation in economics, especially in the area of economic development, because this subject deals with the behavior of people or business or government towards increasing their level of satisfaction, profits by using their available resources. Innovation is the area of economic development plays crucial role by increasing productivity of all factors, improving the human resources in the different jobs and quality of life of the country's people. Finally, all these improvements results in economic development. In this background, it is more important to evaluate critically the relationship between innovation and economic development. The methodology of the paper is that paper is made an attempt to analyze the significance of innovation in economics, which deals with the people, organization, or government in the system. This analysis being made on the basis of available secondary sources of information, mainly books, journals, website, and it is just analytical as well as a descriptive work in nature. So, briefly, I'm going to what is all about economics. Economics, I am already the quoted or defined. The economics is not only the social science, but it's also a dynamic subject dealing with the how people of the society, businesses, governments, they make the choices about using scarce resources. The scarcity in economics is a fundamental problem of having a unlimited human wants and needs, but limited resources to satisfy them, forcing choices and trade-off about what produce, how, and for whom, making economics the study of managing these limited resources. Choice in economics, a fundamental act of selecting one option from several alternatives. Here, the major activities of the economics, the production, distribution, and consumption. So, the people of
economics know what is exactly the production and distribution and consumption. It is the goal of economics to produce, distribute, and consume the available goods and services to maximize the welfare of the society is the ultimate goal. Okay, so I briefly explained this all the aspects, and it is a time constraint. I'm skipping production, distribution, consumption, and resource allocation efficiency. How these are works in economics. Identify the needs. Okay, in the economics that determine what society or business needs and assess the resources, inventory, available labor, capital, materials, and distribute assigned resources using market signals or prices, directives, nothing but plans, and optimize, aim for the best mix of goods and services at the lowest cost, and wealth and finance, the money, banking, interest rates, and national wealth, human behavior, how people respond to the economic signals and make decision. That finally, that is policy. Policy also very important phenomenon in the economics. The informing the government decision on tax, trade, and social program. In simple word, economics helps answer these all the questions. In the same way, we need to know what is innovation. Innovation is a process of turning new ideas or innovation into practical solutions, products, services, or methods that create value, solve the problem, are significant, improve existing ones, driving progress and competitiveness by renewing and updating how things are done. So it is a very crucial at the present area or present days. And key aspects of the innovation, everyone know the newness and value, practical application, broad scope, improvement and disruptions, systematic process. Okay, these are the major components of the innovation. The analysis of the role in the area of economic development. So,
Thank you, Dr. Shivraj sir. The next paper presenter is Dr. Jai Shankar. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Shankar, College Director of Physical Education, Sri Mahadeshwara Government First Grade College, Kollegala, Chamarajanagar District. Today's my topic is an analysis of non-participation and disengagement in sports activities among undergraduate college students in rural areas. Abstract, sports and physical activities play a vital role in holistic development of undergraduate students by promoting physical fitness, mental well-being, and social skills. Despite these benefits, a growing trend of non-participation and disengagement in sports activities has been observed among students in rural colleges. The present study aims to analyze the level of sports participation and to examine the social, demographical, and institutional factors contributing to non-participation and disengagement among undergraduate students in rural degree colleges. The study is based on both primary and secondary data. Primary data were collected through a structured questionnaire administered to 100 undergraduate students selected from 2 rural government degree colleges in Mysuru district. Secondary data were sourced from books, journals, and research reports. The collected data were analyzed using descriptive statistical techniques with the help of SPSS version 21.0. The finding reveal that financial constraints, fear of injury, academic pressure, lack of motivation, inadequate training facilities, and insufficient institutional support are the major reasons for student disengagement from sports activities. The study also indicates the socio-demographic variables such as a gender, age, and academic stream influence level of sports participation. The study suggests the need for improved sports infrastructure, financial assistance, qualified coaching, flexible academic schedules, and motivational programs to enhance sports participation among rural undergraduate students in several study areas. Research methodology. The present study draws on both primary and secondary sources of data. Primary data were collected through a structured questionnaire administered to 100 undergraduate students selected from the rural degree colleges in Mysore district. The sample comprised 50 students from Government First Aid College T. Narsipura and 50 students from Government First Aid College Bannuru. Secondary data were obtained from various sources including books, journals, research articles and reports. The collected data were analyzed using SPSS version 21.0. Descriptive statistical techniques were employed to summarize the data and to examine relationship among key variables such as attitude towards sports, levels of aspiration and group differences, etc. Objective of the study: the investigate the relationship between sports participation and socio-demographic variables among undergraduate students in rural degree colleges. To examine the reason of non-participation and disengagement in sports activities among undergraduate students in rural colleges. Hypothesis of the study: there is no significant relationship between sports participation and socio-demographic variables among undergraduate students in rural degree colleges. There is no significant relationship between sports participation and socio-demographic variables among undergraduate students in rural degree colleges. There is no significant difference between reasons of non-participation and disengagement in sports activities among undergraduate students in rural colleges. There is a significant difference between reasons of non-participation and disengagement in sports activities among undergraduate students in rural colleges. Result and outcomes. To investigate the relationship between sports participation and socio-demographic variables among undergraduate students in rural degree colleges. The objective of the present analysis is to investigate the relationship between sports participation and selected socio-demographic variables among undergraduate students in rural degree colleges. The interpretation of the collected data is presented as follows: gender profile, age patterns, stream of study, kinds of sports played, functioning of the physical education department, availability of sports materials, conduct of intercollegiate sports competition, financial and resource related factors, motivational and additional factors, institutional and organizational factors, health and psychological factors, coaching and social interaction factors, behavior factors, highest and lowest mean score of the variables. Highest mean scores, inability of provide financial support, means is equal to 4.81. Lowest mean scores, prescription of no future career in sports, means 2.63. Suggestions of the study: based on the finding of the present study on non-participation and disengagement in sports activities among undergraduate students in rural colleges, the following suggestions are proposed. Financial support and scholarships, improvement of sports infrastructure, provision of sports equipment and nutritional support, appointment of qualified coaches and trainees, motivation and encouragement programs, balancing academic and sports, counseling and behavior sports. Summary. The analysis clearly indicates that socio-demographic variables such as gender, age, academic streams, and institutional support significant, influencing sports participation among undergraduate students in rural degree colleges. While students generally display positive attitude towards sports, participation level are shaped by cultural norms, academic demands, availability of facilities, and the efficiency of physical education departments. Strengthening institutional support systems and addressing socio-cultural barriers, particularly for female students, can play a vital role in improving sports participation in rural higher education institutions. The finding clearly indicate that economic constraints, academic pressure, injury concerns, and lack of institutional support are the dominant factors influencing non-participation and disengagement in sports among rural undergraduate students. While students generally recognize the value of sports, limited financial resources, inadequate facilities, and societal emphasis on academic significance restrict their continued involvement. Addressing these barriers through financial assistance, improved infrastructure, trained coaching staffs, and balanced academic policies could substantially enhance sports participation in rural degree colleges in selected study area. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jaishankar, sir. Next, we have Dr. Dayanand, sir, for the presentation. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chairperson and Co-Chairperson. For this today multidisciplinary international virtual conference, I would like to present my topic, the role of artificial intelligence and data analytics in transforming modern sports performance and talent development. Myself, M.J. Dayananda, College Director of Physical Education, Government First Aid College, Sargur, Mysore District. Firstly, I move on to the introduction part. The evolution of sports from experience-driven coaching to data-informed decision-making marks a paradigm shift in athlete development. Advances in artificial intelligence and data analytics have enabled sports scientists and coaches to analyze large volumes of performance data with unprecedented precision. The technologies such as wearable sensors, GPS tracking, video analytics, and physiological monitoring systems now play a central role in modern training environments. Importantly, AI and data analytics also present opportunities beyond elite sports in countries with vast rural populations and untapped athletic potential. These tools can democratize access to scientific talent identifications and development pathways. This review explores the multifaceted role of AI and data analytics in sports, with a special emphasis on sports performance enhancement, injury prevention, and rural talent development. Then next, we will move on to AI and data analytics in sports performance enhancement. In modern analytics, relies on diverse data streams, including variable devices, biomechanical motion analytics, video-based performance tracking, physiological and biochemical markers, psychological recovery metrics. AI algorithm particularly machine learning and deep learning models process these data to identify performance patterns and predict outcomes. Personalized training and load management, it is one of the this one. And here one of the most impactful application of AI is personalized training design. Next, we will move on to tactical and skill performance analytics. Computer vision and video analytics allow automated analytics of movement patterns, scientific efficiency, and tactical behavior. Then role of AI in injury prevention, health athlete health. Predictive injury risk models. Injury prevention has become a major focus of sports analytics. AI-based predictive models use historical injury data, workload ratios, fatigue, and markers and biometric variables to identify athletes at higher risk of injury. Next, early detection and prevention intervention. Continuous monitoring allows early detection of abnormal movement patterns, muscle imbalances, and fatigue-related changes. Long-term athletic development and longevity. By minimizing injury-related disruptions, AI supports long athletic development. Then AI data analytics. Here, we have drawn the bar diagram making it 4 components and impact level. Here, in this diagram, I could not able to prepare that PPT presentation. So sorry for that. So regarding the bar diagram, illustrates the relative impact of AI and data analytics on major sports performance components, including training efficiency, injury reduction, talent identification, accuracy. Then in another diagram, the same by graph, we have drawn the graph training load index against injury risk scores. Here, we demonstrate a predictive relationship between training workload and injury risk using AI workload-based models. So data-driven talent scouting, AI-based talent identification analysis, anthropometric, physiological, motor, and performance indicators to identify potential talent at early stage. Unlocking rural and grassroots talent in rural and unreserved regions, access to elite coaching and testing facilities is limited. Ethical, social, and practical concerns here. Data privacy and athlete consent, coach education and human oversight, infrastructure and accessibility changes, future direction, policy implications. So these are all the points we have to be considered. Then we move on to the conclusion part. AI and data analytics have become indispensable components of modern science, sports science. Their applications enhances performance optimization, reduces injury risk, and opens new avenues for inclusive talent development, particularly in rural and grassroots contexts. While changes related to ethics, accessibilities, and implementation remain, strategic integration of AI with human expertise and policy support can transform sports ecosystems into more scientific, equitable, and sustainable models of athlete development. I have given the references, so many references here. Bishop and Applied Research Model of Sports Sciences. Then Robert S. Back, he explaining match outcome in elite sports using multiple learning. Then Magra and Dopant G and Estrad here injury prevention strategy in elite football. With this, I conclude my topic. And also I thank all the organizers who have taken so much efforts in conducting this national conference. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Dayanand sir, for your presentation. Next, we have Suresh Kumar N to carry over with the presentation.
My topic: biohacking in sports science, ethical, physical, and technical perspectives. Introduction: biohacking is an umbrella term of invention, technology, and behaviors that people use to interventional alter or optimize biological function in the context of sports. Biohacking includes being mainstream perspective, medical level intervention, perspective of drugs, performance supplements, and more intervention or acceptable technologies. Biological modification interest of biohacking is driven by high skills
incentive, competitive success, financial reward selections for terms, and by the rapid of life science tools. Understanding behaving in sports therefore requires of multidisciplinary lines covering perspective, technology, ethical and laws. This reviews focus on three core dimensions: physiological, technological, ethical regularly. We draw on paper reviewed reviews regularly, document and promoting cases studies and map the current stage and near terms trajectory of behaving in sports. Their policy of safety guidance exists. We summarized it and suggest programmatic recommendation for sports scientists and institutions. Definition of taxonomy. To reduce confuse, adapt the following working taxonomy used throughout this paper: digital behacking, programmatical behacking, microbiome intervention, neuromodulation, genetic cellular behacking. This taxonomy highlights increasing level of physiological inventions and associated regularly scrutiny. Physiological.
Thank you, Suresh Kumar, sir. Next, we have Vani Satya, madam, for the presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Information and evidently challenges. Sixth one, case studies and Illinois incident, behavior, public incident, review human
Today I am
employee.
presenting on the topic e-vehicles as catalysts of innovation and sustainable education for a greener future. Good morning everyone present here. I am Vani Vaidi, research scholar and associate professor working in Government First Grade College, Chanpatna, and my research guide is Dr. Vilas M. Kadrolkar sir. From Tumkur University, I am pursuing my PhD. Today, I am presenting on the topic e-vehicles as catalysts of innovation and sustainable education for a greener future. In the introduction, I would like to say that Vikasit Bharat 2047 envisions a future driven by sustainability and innovation, with a strong focus on transforming the transport sector, which is a major source of carbon emissions. It emphasizes that the adoption of electric vehicles can significantly reduce air pollution and dependence on fossil fuels, thereby supporting environmental goals Additionally, it underlines the important connection between sustainable mobility and education, suggesting that awareness, skill development, and knowledge dissemination are essential to accelerate the transition toward clean transportation and achieve long-term sustainable development. The key findings of the study are educational and social benefit of adopting electric vehicles. It highlights that EVs can significantly reduce student transport costs by lowering fuel and maintenance expenses, making commuting more affordable. The use of EVs also promotes eco-consciousness and eco-conscious campus by reducing carbon emissions and encouraging environmentally responsible practices among students and institutions. Additionally, EV adoption supports STEM, science, technology, and engineering, mathematics, and vocational training by creating opportunities for learning in areas such as electric mobility, battery technology, renewable energy systems. Finally, EVs can enable digital inclusion in rural areas by promoting affordable and reliable connectivity to educational institutions, thereby supporting equitable access to education and sustainable development. So I can conclude that EVs are not only solution for clean transportation but also powerful catalysts for innovation, education and sustainable development. By reducing emissions and promoting green technologies, EVs directly support the achievement of sustainable development goals. Their widespread adoption is crucial for realizing the vision of Vikasit Bharat 2047, which aims for a developed, technologically advanced and environmentally responsible India. However, the transition requires strong policy support, robust charging infrastructures, financial incentives, and widespread public awareness to overcome existing challenges. Overall, the conclusion highlights that a coordinated effort among government, educational institutions, industry, and society is essential to harness the full potential of EVs for a
Thank you, Vani ma'am. Now we have come to the closure of this technical session. Now the session is open for discussion. Any questions or clarifications for the paper presenters are welcome. Any questions or clarifications, you can go ahead with. As there are no questions or clarifications, we are winding up the technical session. As we reach the conclusion of day 2 of this international conference, I invite Ms. Netrashri L., Assistant Professor, Department of Management, to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Government First Grade College, Pandavpura, I take this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks for the successful completion of two-day multidisciplinary international virtual conference on the significance of multidisciplinary research in driving innovations and breakthroughs. First and foremost, I express a deep sense of gratitude to the chief patron for 2 days international conference, Honorable MLA, Melkote Vidhan Sabha Kshetra, Government of Karnataka, Shri Darshan Puttanaya Sir, for his constant support to improve research initiatives in our college. I thank Dr. Pratima DS Madam, Joint Director, Department of Collegiate Education, Government of Karnataka, for offering her valuable insights which has contributed to the success of this conference. I extend a heartfelt thanks to the esteemed speakers for today's program. Dr. Ralph Palliam, Professor, Dean of College of Business and Economics, American University of Kuwait. Dr. Shrikant R, Nodal Officer, Department of Collegiate Education, Bangalore. Dr. C. Venkatesh, Professor, Department of Physical Education and Sports Science, University of Mysore, Mysore. Vasant Kumar Timakapura, Founder and Chief Scientific Officer, Green Life CropTech, Mysore. Dr. Shankar Reddy, University Librarian, Central Tribal University, Andhra Pradesh. Mr. Alex, IT Manager, SDM Institute of Management Development, Mysore. Professor Maria Serretta, Professor at the University of Naples, Italy, for sharing their invaluable knowledge, expertise, experience, which truly enriched this academic gathering. I sincerely thank Dr. Madhusudan H.S., Principal, Government First Grade College, Pandavpura, for his guidance and encouragement in organizing this conference. I thank Dr. Srinivas V., College Director of Physical Education, Government First Grade College, Pandavpura, and the convener for the international conference for the smooth planning and execution of the program. I thank the IQAC coordinator, CMA Dr. Trinesh TR, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Government First Grade College, Pandavpura, for his efforts in organizing the program. I also thank Chaitra S., Assistant Professor of English, for welcoming the guests and for her efficient comparing for today's event. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing secretaries, conference directors, International Advisory Committee, National Advisory Committee, technical committee members, organizing committee members, teaching, non-teaching staff, support staff who ensure their constant support for the smooth running of the program. I thank Veeresh KM and Dr. Kiran Raut for their valuable technical and organizational support. I thank Rajgopal, Jnanodaya Academy, Mysore, for making arrangement to publish the conference proceedings. Lastly, I am also grateful to all the participants, research scholars, paper presenters, students for their enthusiastic participation, interactive involvement, which added great value to the conference. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Netra ma'am, for your vote of thanks. Thank you all for your active. Thank you, Netra ma'am, for your vote of thanks. Thank you all for your active participation and cooperation. Let us continue to collaborate, innovate, and contribute to meaningful multidisciplinary research. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.